get it going.
I mean, bowling something like this where it's just that hard and you can basically survive mentally, physically, emotionally. It's awesome.
Gets that high flush pocket strike, and that's going to do it.
They came back in the end and were able to finish the job. That shows why that they're a nationally ranked program.
Got into this championship match and now are just absolutely putting on a show.
This tournament live stream is a special presentation of Bowling with the FEF.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Cedarvale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota, the site of the first Midwest Senior Classic of the new season. You are looking live at practice right now. The ladies and gentlemen have 10 minutes in total as they prepare for this first event, the July event in a new season of the Midwest Senior Classic. We have 53 entries here this morning, so a great turnout as we get on the road to crown champion. Minnesota, or the Midwest Senior Classic, is a tournament where you've got bowlers age 50 and up, divided into some divisions, but really all in one, as you have an opportunity for some of the older folks, those 67 and up, I believe, to grab a bonus spot in the stepladder. And we will bring that to you later on this afternoon. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Pepper. I run the Bowling with the FEF channel, and thanks to interest from the folks who run the Midwest Senior Classic and the help from Brent Prentice and the staff here at Cedarvale Lanes, it is my pleasure to bring you this live stream. We have 53 entries this morning, so a pretty good turnout for a July event. And let me give you some of the particulars as we get started here. If you're watching us live, feel free to use that live chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're rooting for, all that good stuff. And we will get your comments and questions up on the screen. Our format this morning is an 8-game qualifier, and it's 8 qualifying matches. So there are 40 bonus pins at stake per win. Bowler A bowls against bowler C, bowler B against bowler D. But because of the amount of entries, we also have an E on some of these pairs. And that person will bowl against the person opposite from them, which is typically C. So bowler E bowls against bowler C. The 8th qualifying match is a position round, so the top seed versus the second, third against fourth, and so on and so on. The top 5 will advance to the stepladder finals, but there is a little wrinkle in there. There are bowlers who are aged 50 to 59, who are the regular competitors, regular seniors. You've got bowlers who are a little older than that, who are 60 through 67, who count as the super seniors. And then 68 and older are classified as real old guy or real old gal, I guess you could say. So those ROGs can potentially be seeded up to 6th for a chance to bowl in the stepladder final. But if they lose in the match to get into the stepladder, they end up back to their original qualifying position. So there's, like I said, an extra chance for some of the older competitors to get in, but also, you know, the chance that they might fall back to where they originally qualified. Here's the oil pattern we're working on today. It's the 2018 Junior Gold Survivor pattern. It's 37 feet in length. And a relatively short pattern for what the competitors have bowled on in these Midwest Senior Classic events. I've heard a couple of the competitors have concerns about the approaches. Not so much that the approaches themselves are tacky, but there has been a little condensation in the settee areas, which makes footing at a premium, I would say. But yeah, we'll get you back turned around to some of the action on the lanes. We have 4 pairs in our line of sight here. This is the 2 end pairs, 29 through 32. And then to the left, we do have a vantage point of me and some junk. There we go. This is 25 through 28. So we'll be flipping back and forth as the day wears on here. Ooh. A little audible thunder from outside, but yeah, kind of a stormy day out there, as it turns out. But as we make our way through the events today, you'll see the Stepladder final, which will be on separate pairs. So the Stepladder will move, if it's how I understand it, from the high end a pair to the left every time. And we'll follow along with that as that gets going. And of course, once we get the real old guy or real old gal in place for seating for the stepladder, you'll have a traditional 5-person stepladder, kind of like you'd see on a PBA or PWBA telecast. So about 30 more seconds of practice, and then everybody will get started. Among the players you'll see in action today, many of the All-Stars and reigning player of the year from the 2023-24 season.
Looks like most of you have finished up. One of the full rack begins, be great if you reset to get a full rack. 31 and 2 still might have a little time to get. But for those that haven't figured out, once we're done, go ahead and hit the key. They'll get you into scoring mode. And we want to welcome you all to Cedarvale. Great to see you all back again.
So here we go. As he said, the end pair still finishing up
Great bowling today, guys.
with their practice as the thunder roars outside. We're nice and cool inside and ready to watch some great bowling action. You'll see in the lower right corner Clark Pulser, who was in those, among those award winners from last year, and we'll get a list of them as we go. Chad Nelson on the left, in the A spot on lane 25. And he starts out a ho-hum flush sprocket strike, and we are underway.
Clark is a program. We think it's going to get real tricky. Just a smart. Well, yes.
As far as the prizes, the prize payout in this, we'll kind of find that out as we go. That was dependent on the amount of entries, and as they announced earlier on, there are 53 of them. The bowlers are competing on lanes 9 through 32 today. So taking up a good portion of this center. And we are in our first match of qualifying right now. As you can see, there are 4 on each of the pairs that we have featured right now. So it's, as you would anticipate, A versus C and B versus D.
You either got to go back to the right.
Ron Cleveland, if you couldn't hear that, was right up by us here, saying that you can't really miss inside. At least he doesn't see much room to pull it. So Thomas gave him the expert advice, don't miss in. You can see Ron in the lower right there on lane 28. This is the 31st season of the Midwest Senior Classic, starting up this morning. Last month, you had David Langer beating Clark Polzer to win his 6th MSC title and his 4th of that season. Clark with that great physical game, that heavy roll. You certainly see why he's been so successful here at the MSC. Was the champion at the last MSC event that I had the pleasure of live streaming at Wagner's in 2023. And we'll check out the action on the high end here. As you see, lanes 29 through 32. Nice break for Gary Arnson to knock out the 610 and leave himself something makeable. And as the score updates become available, we will get them to you. They will also be available on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. Just search under Midwest Senior Classic and you'll find the latest scores there. And speaking of the scores, we've got the mastermind behind the scores here in our broadcast booth, Nick Hogan.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Everything going good so far on your end?
Everything's great.
I love it.
It's you know, the thunder outside is providing a little entertainment, and
Scared us over at the entry board or booth over there.
I believe it. I believe it. Yeah. So Nick has now been running things or co-running things. How is it? How does that work out?
Yeah. So me and Tony have been co-directing it. Tony's actually at Rockfest right now, enjoying some rock music. So I've got the girls with me, Jessica Ash and Nikki Reese, who do a fantastic job as well, doing score collection. Jessica's awesome on the computer. So technically co-directors, me and Tony. I kind of do more of the stats and everything on the website and all that stuff. And as he likes to say, I'm the face because he likes to just do the computer stuff where I'm talking to everybody and doing the announcements and kind of making sure all the rules are right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, yeah.
So the beginning of the 31st season,
Mm-hmm.
and tell us about kind of how the point structure works as far as determining these awards for the end of the season.
Sure.
Obviously, you want to bowl a lot of events. You want to win a lot of events. That's obviously the path to, to Player of the Year and all that good stuff. But what are the different places worth?
So starting from first, we basically just go 25 points, and then it's 2. So 25, 23, 21, 17, 15. And then once we hit 5, that's when once you hit the 5-point marker, everybody who cashed gets 5 points. and everybody who bowled who did not cash gets 2 points. So you're getting points no matter what as you're bowling, which you never know what that 2 points. I believe Wayne Jensen missed tying with Fred. I can't remember the numbers exactly off the top of my head, but he missed tying by Fred by like 2 points. But I think Wayne did bowl every tournament, but still those 2 points could be important.
Sure.
What else could I say really quick about the points? So we did actually change a rule this year based on the points. So you guys might see it later on in the stepladder, but the ROG gets seated in to the stepladder for a chance to bowl in the stepladder, right?
Right.
Normally we'd give that. So we have Clark in front of us here bowling, who looks like he threw a little light, but he typically gets that ROG spot. He's a really good bowler. He's usually high enough up where he gets that spot. Well, let's say he's in 20th place though, which might be only 5 points where he originally sits. Well, now he'll be seated up, and now you only get 2 extra points for each win. So you're not, we're not just giving him those points, which typically put him in the higher echelon for the points. He's got to kind of earn it now to get those extra points, and get those winning those points.
Yeah. 53 entries this morning, as you guys had announced earlier. Any idea on prize funds? Maybe what we're playing for on top?
Typically 53-ish bowlers. We get about, I want to say it's going to be like 3 1/4, 350.
Okay.
And then we try to, as the board has wants to encourage people to come out and bowl, the numbers don't differ that much. So first place to second place is usually only like $100. It's and then so on and so forth. It's like 50, 20, and we try to keep people wanting to come, especially with the 2-to-1 cash ratio.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a half the field cashes.
That's awesome.
And actually sometimes more than half the field cashes, but those extra spots get a half entry back.
Yeah. For a July event, obviously not during the bowling season, you don't really know what you're going to get. I mean, are you happy with the 53?
Oh, 53 is amazing. It's awesome because a lot of times we go to smaller centers during the July, August tournaments because we know that people aren't bowling right now. Dave Langer is not here. Somebody said it's because he's out golfing. We got guys that love to golf. So 53 is a great turnout. A lot of times we'll go to like a McPete's or something like that. I know next year I've already been talking with Ryan Burr about going to his new JMO's place for the July or August event, which is Fairmount. Fairmount. Yep. It's a smaller center, but that's kind of why we do it in July and August, is maybe to get those guys, get the bowlers out to a place like that, even though we're only going to get maybe 35 to 40 bowlers. Yeah, this is a great turnout. This is awesome.
It's obviously great to see these guys out here competing. And we talked earlier about the pattern. Junior Gold Survivor.
Yep.
We heard Ron Cleveland saying that he wasn't really able to miss in on it.
Right.
So Thomas told him, well, don't miss in.
Don't miss in. Yep. Don't miss in.
Is that kind of how it is for most of these players?
Yeah. Yep. So the board, me and the board had a discussion at the end of last year's tournaments, and we wanted some shorter patterns, but we also wanted to put them in centers that have less friction, more true to the pattern.
Sure.
So, I mean, this, as you put up there, it's kind of a flat 37 feet, but it's still within our challenge pattern range because we only use ratios between 4 and 8. We won't use a sport pattern, anything below 4, and we don't like to use anything that's kind of considered a house shot, so to speak.
Sure.
Still want to put out a challenge, but this was a house that, the shot might be a little bit tougher, but it's a place where we could actually use a short pattern. And so you're going to see a lot of guys playing right and using urethane probably today.
Yeah. Is there a rhyme or reason to the patterns you use over the course of the season? We already know, that
every pattern,
every pattern up until, next May.
Yeah. Yep. All
May
the way to the
June.
year end, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. So I like to, what I did is when I first was not chosen, I put my name in to be the board member and I was voted in. Yep. Nick's going to be our new guy after, oh my God, Don retired and Amy. And I just wanted to use patterns that people don't use very often. I went and I got like 130 different challenge patterns in a spreadsheet that I've got their, the length, the volume, the ratio, and I essentially just went, what do I want to have fun with? That's, and guys don't see it, so somebody can't come in here and go, I know what I'm going to do on this pattern because I've bowled on it 75 times.
Sure.
So like I think if you pull it up, the Mana, I can never say the name, Monongahela River is actually a pattern I found on a Pennsylvania high school's bowling website that they had created and they've used. And I saw that, scores weren't terrible on it. And I said, why not? Especially at a high scoring place like Andover Lanes, it's the characteristics of Andover should maybe overpower it a little bit if it is a goofy shot, but it should be fun.
Okay. And
I think bowling should be fun.
By coincidence, I swam in that river 3 years ago.
Did you?
No.
Oh, yes. I don't even know where it is.
No, me neither.
I was assuming Pennsylvania because that's where I got the website from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I picked patterns more or less because I just think it's fun to pick different patterns.
Yeah. It's we're coming off kind of a warm day in the Twin Cities area.
Yep.
There's been some concern about footing and things like that. As I described earlier, it isn't the approaches, it's more the condensation, that inevitably forms in the Satiria and other places. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, right? You're gonna run into that in the summer months.
In the summer, it's just inevitable, unfortunately. Even if it wasn't humid and it rained, you're gonna kind of get that same, stickiness. We unfortunately we did have one competitor drop out before competition or practice even started. He went up and tested his slide and said it's going to be too painful and I can't bowl.
That was Jerry Holdorf.
Yeah, Jerry Holdorf.
He came and talked to me about that.
Did he? Okay. And you know what? I'd rather anybody do that first. Come get your money back. I don't want you to bowl 3 games and go, my knee hurts. And I go, well, now you bowled. I can't really give you your money back. You're in brackets. You're in this, And so, I don't want nobody to get hurt.
Yep.
It's so 100%.
Sure. But on the flip side, you would be hard pressed to find a center as well maintained as these machines. Relatively new lane surface. I think it's only about 4 years old.
Yeah, the TWBA they put them in, right?
Yep.
For the first one they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's and I saw Craig before everybody kind of got here, and he goes, "I hope everybody knows it's going to be sticky. It's just kind of the nature of the beast." And I said, if they don't know, that's kind of on them. We're all bowlers. We all understand how summer bowling goes.
Yeah,
when it's hot, it's sticky.
Yep. The centers do their best to run the air conditioning as much as they can, but weather's pretty powerful.
Right. It is. There's no stopping the weather.
Yeah. Edward says thank you, BWTF and MWSC.
Thank you.
Senior Classic. He said he was planning to be there to watch, but 7 hours of driving yesterday was too much for him. Yeah, that's a drive.
That's a lot of driving. And you know what? That's why, we got the live stream today then.
That's right.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Predominantly most of these guys from Twin Cities and other parts of Minnesota. We've got a few Wisconsinites in there. Anybody from Iowa, the Dakotas?
I personally, during my tenure so far, I don't think anybody's come from Iowa or the Dakotas.
Okay.
That I remember.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Sure
and if they have, they did it once. And I may not remember them. I apologize if somebody's watching who did and I don't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I love this. Life on YouTube, Twix. Morning, afternoon, evening, guys. He's in the UK. So
okay.
There's a time difference. But yeah, glad you're here joining us.
Yeah.
Appreciate the comment before the last show.
Get to watch some of the best senior bowlers in the Midwest.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's been a great supporter of the channel. Always appreciate that. And thanks so much for joining us live. If you're also watching live, feel free to use that live chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're cheering for. Remind Nick that he's doing a great job because he's out here on a Sunday, supporting these great bowlers.
Yeah. Looks like they're finishing up the first game here.
Yeah.
I mean, as you're watching, who picked the shot? I did. Nick did. As you're watching, I mean, scores are going to be up and down. You know, these guys are going to get used to the pattern, and scores are eventually going to go up a little bit.
I like that you have, you know, a relatively longer format where if you don't match up on that first pair, you still have plenty of time combined with the bonus pins, the 40 bonus pins you get for winning matches. You can make a run.
Absolutely. Yeah, bonus pins are pretty incredible. You know, I've watched, there's been guys who have won every single match, but because they only shot 190s and 180s, they didn't make the cut. And then there's guys that, you know, shoot 240s and they win 3 games and they don't make the cut.
Yeah.
It's the bonus pins are huge.
Clark's a great example of that. Couple bad shots in that game, a lot of work for a 209, but he's going to win his match.
Right.
So, you know, that's essentially 240.
Yeah. 250 game right there. And then on the flip side, the match below, you know, there's a good possibility that neither one of them shoots 200, but one of them is technically going to get a 200 score.
Yeah. Yep. On the other pair, Chad Nelson with a pretty easy win there in his match.
Yep.
And Mr. Jensen is kind of a dogfight here with, I believe is that Scott Prater?
Yes. Yep. Scott Prater. I believe just turned 50 last year. Bowled I think it was 1 or 2 tournaments last year. So this would technically be his rookie season because you're allowed to. So as you turn 50, if you turn 50 like in the later stages of the season and you still want to come bowl and be considered for rookie of the year, which I mean we don't give like an official plaque or anything like that. It's just a recognition in our history book, so to speak. But you can bowl up to 3 tournaments in the previous season if you only get, you know, if you're turned 50 in June or not June, I guess would be April, you know, and then you can still consider the next year your rookie season.
Okay. And yeah, speaking of those awards, last year you got Rob Downer winning his 7th Career Player of the Year award.
It's incredible. Yep.
That is some domination right there. Rookie of the Year.
I want to say he made, it was either 9 or 8 of the 12 tournaments he made the step ladder.
Wow.
And that was no, you know, being seated up or anything. He just straight up made them.
That's a heck of a run.
Yep. And he's a super senior. I believe he becomes ROG pretty soon here too.
Okay.
So that means he's upper mid 60s, upper 60s. So,
sure.
Yeah.
Which is as terrifying for him, I'm sure, as it is for his opponents in this, because that's another chance to make more of these stepladder finals.
Yep.
But yeah, you can see the all-stars here. Downer, Mr. Polzer there. Tom Jones, Bill Farber, Fred Shassow with his 2nd time on the all-star team, and then the super senior and real old guy or gal all-stars with Rob and Clark, Rick Hank, Tim Mayer, and Terry Halita from Eau Claire.
Yes, sir.
So, yep. Yeah. So as we start finishing this first match, a lot of these guys and ladies are all done now. Where are they moving? Are they moving a pair right, a pair left?
So I suppose I should have grabbed a skip sheet. So our skip sheet's kind of weird because you can't just move normally, because if you end up on the same pair as people that you've bowled, you shouldn't be bowling them again.
Sure.
So Don Tice made a bunch of sheets during his tenure that has exact skips so that the people aren't bowling the same people.
Okay.
And so I'd have to go look at the sheet, but there's times where they're going to go skip, no skip, no skip, skip, no skip, skip. You know, and that's why we put a sheet on every pair, because it gets a little confusing.
Was this formed with like long division and integers?
Man, I am not 100% sure on the history
numbers.
of it. Yeah, that's. But you know, there went a lot of work into making sure that people don't bowl similar people, making sure that as the bowlers get older, that they still feel welcome to bowl with the one, paying 2 and 1. So you're not, I got to bowl a 50-year-old and I'm 75. That ain't fair. you know, perfect example is Steve Bone. I believe his first season coming in, first 2 tournaments he ever bowled, won them both.
Wow.
You know, bang bang, he wins them both, and everybody, you know, of course there's rumblings. Oh, he's young guy coming. It's like, well, it's a 50-year-old tournament.
Probably refreshing for him that he doesn't have to hear about being left-handed.
Right. Yes. Yep. But yeah, so it makes everything fair by having the 2-1 format. You're basically only bowling against the guys in your division, and then the step ladder. You know, the step ladder makes it so that if an SS isn't in there, they get seated in. If an ROG isn't in there, they get seated in, and just keeps people bowling. You know.
Yeah. You've got some nice support. You mentioned at the beginning of this thing, you got a ball raffle that Storm is actually sponsoring.
Yeah, sort of. From what I know, and Tony's kind of been the one that's been dealing with this. They just want their logo on our prize, you know, our prize fund sheet when we're all done. You know, that when I post on Facebook, they want their logo on there. You know, presented by Storm, and they're giving us bowling balls for each tournament, one bowling ball for each tournament at a cheaper cost.
Awesome.
Which, you know, the way we do it is the raffle pays for the ball first, and then anything above and beyond that goes right into the year-end raffle or year-end prize fund. Yep. So the more people get in the raffle, the more money ends up in the year-end at the end of the year.
Yeah. So up in front of us here, you've got Fred Shasau and Tom Jones getting
Both
set to do
both
battle.
board members.
Ah, okay.
So we got board member battle right now.
Yeah. And you're going to have to help me with the names on the left.
On the left. It's, I believe, oh my goodness. We
Corey
got Corey
Hansen.
Hansen. Oh my gosh. What the heck's his name? I see all these faces so often and then I forget them.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna bug me. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Dave Jones is up though, 26 there.
Yeah.
I know that one. What's his name down there? The one sitting right next to Mr. Cleveland down there.
With no name on it.
That's not Fabian, is it? No. Brian Flown.
Brian
That's
Flown.
right. I don't know why. I couldn't think of his name. So Brian Flown was the first shot there on 26.
Okay.
Ooh. You can see that flat pattern, what it does on shots like it's throwing at spares like that. It just tailed off really
Puts
quick.
a premium on leaving makeables. And,
Absolutely.
you know, limiting those multi-pin combinations because it's kind of tough.
Yeah. We got Francesca Jenny. She actually just moved back from Florida to Minnesota. I believe this is her first MSC.
Okay.
Bowling against Tina. So it's kind of this is all random. And the fact that the 2 females ended up bowling against each other is not something that I set up by any means. I hand out the lane assignments completely randomly. I found a program on a website that puts numbers in order in a weird way, and it's 100% random where they end up. So the fact that 2 females are bowling against each other is kind of a rare thing, to be honest.
Yeah. Fred was kind enough to provide some insight for a show I did with Dana Wright, who is actually not here today. He's out taking aim at the PBA 50 World Series of Bowling for a second consecutive year.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sure he'll be back in the fold as we make our way through this new season.
Yep, he's definitely a regular. I'm just making sure my helpers are good.
Hand
still.
signals.
Yep.
Going on. Like,
they gave me the kind of thumbs up.
Okay.
we usually get scores every 2 games, so I'll probably about halfway through this game may leave you here.
I'll call that cautiously optimistic.
Yeah. Yes.
So over on 30, that's Tracy Magnuson celebrating a nice break. And Maurice Marshall in the D spot. Now that's a pair where you've got 5, and as I explained in the beginning, the E bowler is also bowling against C. So A and E are against C in that.
Right, and then C is only against A though.
Okay.
Yeah, so C isn't, C is not bowling against E. C is only bowling against A. Otherwise, the match points would get a little confusing at that point.
Yep.
Can't give one person 80 for beating 2 people.
Right. Yeah.
That's a little too many pins.
That's right.
Oh, I forget his name too.
Yeah.
God, names are hard for me.
Do you fine people for not wearing names on shirts?
No,
No?
we're pretty casual here.
Okay.
We like kind of with the 2 to 1. We encourage people we want to get them out here to bowl.
Yeah.
We don't want you wearing tank tops and cutoff shirts and jean shorts with holes in them or anything like that. But we a bowling shirt, a t-shirt, something just look nice.
Okay. Shorts are fine.
Shorts are definitely fine.
Okay.
I hope so. Our board member here in front of us is wearing them.
That's the strike you saw off to the left there, Tom Jones.
Yep.
Nice start in the second qualifying match.
Yeah, as far as I know, we don't find anybody for anything here.
Okay.
Like I said, it's pretty casual. We want people just to bowl.
Over on lane 32 on the end pair there, you can see George Blase, another one of our folks from Eau Claire, making the trip out here. Great shot, but not getting the break he had hoped for. I know George was a little concerned about footing and things like that, but he made the choice to stay with it. We're glad he did.
Yep. Yeah, he let me know before practice started. He said, "Hey, I'm just going to test it out. If I can't bowl," I said, "Yep." Like we said earlier, 100%. I'd rather you make that decision before you bowl or before competition starts. If you were in practice still and even decided to not bowl, I totally understand.
Yeah. Yep. Like you said, better at that point than to get hurt and regret it later.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So over on the end, you have the reigning player of the year, senior of the year, all world, Rob Downer.
Going Brooklyn.
Getting the benefit of the doubt there. Jerry, when he came on the show, actually challenged Rob to come on a future episode. I don't know if he ever got that message. It's been a while now.
We could always go ask him right now. He's bored. I'll give him some time. No, Jones just was over here whispering to me, though, that if he's sweating, it's hot in here. Because a lot of times he's wearing a hoodie through about most of qualifying.
Okay.
He's pretty much doing a step approach. I don't know if we'll be able to see it or not on the video, but he's essentially not sliding. He's doing almost like wearing tennis shoes.
Okay, just planting.
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
Move a couple zones. That's on you probably can't see it on here now, but lane 32, that's actually Todd Schneiderhan. He actually just purchased Stillwater Bowl.
Oh.
I don't know the exact date, but I know it just very recently he bought Stillwater Bowl.
Okay.
And
congratulations to him.
Yeah, that's one of the dates. September and November were dates that I was still kind of looking for. And when I put it out there, he messaged me right away. He said, "Hey, I just bought the bowling center not too long ago. Is there any way we can host?" And I said, "Absolutely. I love Stillwater Bowl. I don't know if most people know they got golf simulators in there and stuff too. So
okay,
very nice bowling center.
How big a center is that?
24 lanes.
Okay.
It has older. I believe it's wood approaches, not wood lanes, but they are older synthetic lanes. But I was one of my favorite bowling centers growing up, going there once in a while.
I like that combination.
Yeah.
Wood approaches, synthetic lanes.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Wood approaches are my favorite.
Yeah. So you've got Tom about to step up on 28. You can see that these adjustments that he's made to his footwork.
Yep.
At least what it looks like from the upper half, anyway.
Yeah.
And
It looked like
Shasau with his third open this game. Jones working on a double. Getting the Brooklyn to carry.
And you can see it on his face. He knows what he did.
Uh-huh.
I improved everyone's theory.
Yeah.
Only against you, Fred, do the carry percentage goes up? Yep.
I improved your average bowling.
Can we bowl some matches after this is done?
Right? Beth wants to bowl some matches with Fred after we're done.
I don't have any of my stuff with me, but I could use that. I could use that carry. No, and a big thank you to all of you who are watching live right now. Really appreciate that. We're at the first event of the 31st season of the Midwest Senior Classic at Cedarvale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. This is the second qualifying match of the day, the second of 8. The bowlers are bowling against the competitor across from them for 40 points, 40 bonus pins. So mid games can turn into big games real fast. And the scores will certainly reflect that. Some of these pairs have 5 on them. If you see an E over the course of the day, that bowler needs to beat C on the other pair to get their bonus pins, although C just has to beat A.
Correct. Yep.
So Jones working on 3 in a row, and you'll get a little better look at the footwork. He is sliding a little bit, just not much.
Not much. It's pretty much like a slide plant, like about maybe a couple inches, if that, of slide.
Yeah.
And then I will say, now that we remember his name over here, on 25, Brian Floan,
yes,
he is a 2-time Player of the Year for the MSC.
Okay.
He won back in 2010, 2011 season, and the 2014 and 2015 season. So
Brian, many will remember, has had plenty of success in CBAs over many years here in the Twin Cities, Greater Minnesota.
Francesca Denny going high flush there. I believe Corey there on lane 26 is a new member as well. I think this is his first ever MSC.
I know Corey has shared this link to this stream a few times, and I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And as my friend Life on YouTube Twix says, don't forget to like and share. That certainly helps get this out to more people and makes me a happy camper. If you haven't subscribed yet, just click the logo in the lower right. You can be the first to know when go live or upload recorded videos. There's plenty of content on this channel each and every week. Some short form, some long form. Recently went down to Wisconsin's only USBC certified string pin center, Foxview Lanes in Waukesha. And you can see the results of that anytime.
Well, I'm going to go get some paperwork ready for score retrieval.
Okay.
So I will join you later.
Sounds great.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
I love it. Thank you.
You bet. Nick Hogan, one of the tournament directors here at the Midwest Senior Classic, joining us for a few moments. Good point. It does help with watch time. Yeah. Yeah. See, you're up on those analytics. I like that. Jones going for 5 in a row, a little light, and ends up with a baby split there. We'll kick it back over to the high end. And we talked about that E-bowler. In the case of 31-32, that's Rob Downer, our reigning player of the year. Ooh. Rare miss on a 7-pin there. Watch time is via reply, too. Okay. See, I'm kind of learning as I go with this, too. I don't think anybody has really mastered YouTube as much as people may tell you they have. It's an adventure for everybody. Yeah, good to see Brian flowing out there. Tracy Magnuson trying to shake out the left side, but left with a 7-pin. And covers that without a problem. It's Mr. Downer. Comes off that open frame with a strike. Clark Pulser, one of our award winners from 23 and 24. On the end pair here, working on 4 in a row. The front 4. And can't get the 10 out on a light hit. With a qualifying match 1 win under his belt, he's off to a nice start here in our second qualifying match. Life on YouTube, Twix says, do you still use StreamYard? Yes, I do. Yep, been using it exclusively for about 3 years now. It's been very reliable and, you know, for a knucklehead like me, relatively easy to set up and use and all that good stuff. If you are interested in checking out StreamYard and getting going with a live stream of your own, you can find a link in the description of this video. And get going with a live stream of your own. It's also great for recorded content and things like that. And there is a free account. There is a free plan for StreamYard, so definitely makes live streaming on platforms like YouTube, Facebook, X Premium, and Instagram a whole lot easier. And okay, he's on Restream, which is very similar. Yeah, I always try to get OBS going to kind of integrate with StreamYard for the, to have two cameras, but it never seems to work out all that well for me. But StreamYard on its own has been very solid. Connor Brown joining us live says, good morning. What do you think of the PWBA season? I thought it was amazing. Yeah, it's been really great so far. Glad to know that there's a few more events left. They're getting into the Lucy doubles in about a week or so, later on this month. You've got the tour final coming up. And this interesting trios event, this first time event in Jonesboro between the two, where you've got PWBA players, PBA players, and PBA 50 players essentially joining forces after qualifying to compete as trios teams. A couple of weeks ago, Liz Culkin discussed that a little bit. And the success she's had over the years with her Lucy doubles partner, Richie Teese. So we talked about Brian Flowen, Corey Hansen, that match off to the left, and it looks like Mr. Flowen is going to win this one going away. On the right, Tom Jones will score a win over Fred Schassow. And yes, X did introduce a new live streaming requirement. Requires users to have a verified X Premium subscription to live stream. So you can't just live stream on X on a free account. Got to be a paid member, a premium member. I've always streamed live exclusively to YouTube, so that's never been an issue for me, and the content has always been free to subscribers and folks who maybe haven't subscribed yet but just found the channel. And like I say, I always hope that it resonates because it's awfully fun to do. Schassow finishes out with 157. On the bottom, Francesca and Tina still has, it's anybody's match. Tina's running on a string of 3. She's up on the right there on 28. And with that 5 count, Tina is going to come away with a match win here. And she's going to be in the 170s. But again, with those 40 bonus pins, 178 turns into a 218. There you go. Nice spare. Mr. Jones finishes things off with a 199 to win his match. Okay. Yep. Fred says in the championship match he'll give us better than 150. That's great. And you know, as light as he's keeping it, I mean, you got to have that outlook, right? You got to have that mindset. You may not have the greatest game in games 1 or 2, but keep on fighting, and you never know. Times you find yourself in a good spot later on in the day. And again, once we get a score update, we will pass that along to you. You can also find those on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. Nick and Nikki Reese certainly working hard over there, crunching the numbers, getting all that together. Maurice with a nice hit there. He's got a nice game going, keeping it clean, 177 through 8th. That strike up in the 9th. Off to the right, you saw Clark leave a pocket 7-10, and George leaving a split of his own, a 4-6-7. But Clark starting with that 4-bagger is certainly in control. So on the left side of your screen, Tracy Magnuson got a spare up in the 10th. Can strike on the fill ball for 177. And that would force Scott to mark in his 10th frame. She gets 9, so it's 176. Yeah, he still needs a striker spare to take home this match. Oh, and he leaves a washout, so little work to do to get those bonus pins. He'll have to cover that 1, 2, 4, 10. And gets 2 outs, so Tracy will end up taking the match. And again, 176, but 40 pins, that turns into 216. So winning matches, you can build up those numbers on the plus column really quick. And Maurice Marshall with a key double there. He's going to take this match. And again, there's kind of a different type of, I guess, movement between pairs because, you know, as Nick described earlier, you don't want to bowl the same person multiple times. So he's got it figured out where everybody moves around the house differently and ends up with a different opponent as they make their way through qualifying matches. So Clark is going to get out of here with a win. Second match. As is Rob Downer, who again is bowling against the C bowler since he's bowler E, and he hits that first strike in the 10th and will be likely in the low 200. And he takes down that 245 for a 205 game. Again, winning that match means it's up to 245 in terms of the aggregate score total. So a nice result on that end pair for our defending player of the year. So we're going to move on to the third match of qualifying. You can see them already getting started on 25 and 26. Scott Davis out there. As the score totals get recorded and put out there for us, they will appear on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. We'll also share them here if you want to go directly to their Facebook page. I'll put the link there in the comments. So we'll have 5 on the pair here on 27 and 28 in front of us. Here's George Blase, 27. Also on this pair, you'll see Rob Downer, who came out of last season with his 7th Player of the Year award here in the Midwest Senior Classic. He's getting ready to start his third match on 27. Just really smooth, great hand touch at the bottom. Saws out that 5-pin. Off to the right on 28, that's Dave Ullman. Goes up high, leaving the 6-pin. Off to the right on the high side, Corey Hansen, who we saw last match, and Fred Chasso. A little hop and a spare conversion there. Get our first look at Steve Bone on the left side of that pair, lane 31. Steve is a Peterson champion from last season. And he'll be bowling against Tina Johnson. You can see off there on the right on the 32. Jeff Anderson, the gentleman who's up on 30 right now. So those two knotted up at 9. Steve and Tina on the end there. Bob Davis, the E-bowler, who will be bowling against the bowler in the C position. So again, 53 entries here at the July Midwest Senior Classic at Cedarvale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota. You're watching the third qualifying match live here or on replay if you're watching after the fact. Rick Hank, one of last year's award winners. You can see there covering up the 3-pin on lane 30. He was on the super senior / real old guy all-star team. And a great shot from Corey Hansen there, and fortunately for him, ends up with that solid 9. And off to the right, Steve Bone started things out with a pair of opens. After we get through the 8 qualifying matches, they will tally up the scores, figure out who has their place in the stepladder and which of the really old guys or really old gals will have an opportunity to jump into that stepladder. You could see that split off to the left, the 4-6-10. That was Dave Ullman. And he's coming off an open before that, so rough start for him in his match against Downer, who covered the 2-pin that you saw over in the left corner there. Terry McKinney up crossing over on 31 and getting the benefit of the doubt. Terry is not only a regular at these events, also is the head coach at Viterbo University in La Crosse, Wisconsin. He's got the first three. Hey, there's Brent, the Cedarvale guy. Thank you for streaming. Well, thank you for having me here. Couldn't do this without you and your staff. Always a pleasure to work on these here at Cedarvale Lanes. Internet speeds are always on point, and that's why things look as good as they do. After doing these for a while, you kind of start to get a feel for which centers have the good, strong internet connections, and unfortunately, there are some that don't, but Cedarvale definitely among the former. They've got great, clean environment here, fantastic internet connection, and just a great host center. So a big thank you to Brent Prentice and his staff for putting on a fantastic event. Shasau on 31 working off a double. And that one goes way left, so he'll work on that spare. McKinney on 32 working on the first three. And he goes up high and leaves a split, so both of those gentlemen, some struggles after a nice start there on the end pair. Dave Ullman, who's right here in front of us on lane 27, coming off 2 consecutive opens. That's not a phrase that I've said often. Probably never will. And make it 3. Again, the pattern we're bowling on is the Junior Gold Survivor pattern from about 6 years back, 2018 Survivor pattern. It's a 37-foot pattern, and of course, as the day wears on and that pattern gets beaten up by these high-performance bowling balls that all the competitors use, you end up having to make moves and figure out how to manage. Competitors here, all 50 and above. You get different age requirements in different senior events. In the Midwest Senior Classic, you get, if you're 50 or older, you can jump in here and compete against some of the best. Downer playing nice and straight, a great shot, and just can't get that 8 to fall. And there's a strike from Ullman. So certainly a battle of heavyweights between those two. But Dave is going to have to make a run here late in this game to get back in it. And Downer with 79 through 4. He's kept it clean so far this game, where just about everybody on this pair has struggled at one time or another these first 4 or 5 frames. It is certainly tough sledding for these folks as the survivor pattern breaks down, and what's left has appeared to be pretty tight down lane. And a nice split conversion there. As we get further into the day, we'll get tournament director Nick Hogan back in here and share his thoughts about how things are going. Yeah, this approach from Rob Downer, just keeping everything in front of him, not giving up the pocket, certainly served him well so far. And the winners of each of these matches end up with 40 bonus pins. And that certainly looms large, especially as you get further and further into the qualifying. Rick Hank showing a little of his frustration after missing that 7 pin on lane 30. It's got 105 through 6, so Corey Hansen certainly still in this match. As he goes up high, leaves 310. McKinney, after an open in his sixth frame, few pins down in his match with Fred Shasau. He used 7-pin on a light pocket hit. That jersey he's wearing, representing the Junior Bowlers Scholarship Tour based in Wisconsin, on the Michigan Cup, where their all-star teams end up competing against teams from Michigan, Illinois. As I mentioned, he's head coach at Viterbo, so always has a keen eye on what's going on in the junior scene. Steve Bone here on 31, working off a double. Crosses over, gets the break. So he's opened up a solid lead against Tina Johnson, who you see on 32. Oh, there's a nice cover on that 310 baby split. Off to the left, you'll see Rob Downer's shot come into frame there. A little bit light for a 2-4-5. He's got a nice lead on Ullman so far, but there's still a few frames left, so anything can happen. Bone up high on 32 there. We'll have a 4-7 to go after. And takes care of that without a problem. And a nice cover for George on the 1-2-8. Kind of spare that gets awfully tricky when pattern like this. And Downer flushes one there on 27. Got 158 through 8 with that strike up in the 9th. And extends that lead over Ullman. So Ullman takes care of that spare, but it is almost certainly going to be Rob Downer taking another match win here, as he can double up to be in the 2 teens. Well, get the double in 10th anyway. He's already working on one. And a nice Brooklyn strike for George to start out his 10th frame. He's in a tight match here. I'm not sure of the gentleman's name who you're watching right now on 27. But chop that 245, and that'll leave him with 163. George already at 165, so he'll end up taking the match.
Posted the first stuff on Facebook, and then
Ooh.
there's comments.
Okay, so looks like we've got a score update coming up here on Facebook that's going to see scores as of game 2 with Scott Davis up in the lead. There we go. We'll get this up here for you. And again, you can see these scores in the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. Boy, I should have put some kind of background on this so it wasn't just black, but anyway, there you go. Scott Davis with going plus 149 for the first 2 games. And he leads the pack by 5 pins over Tim Knutson, Terry McKinney, who we saw on the end there. And Terry just threw a double in the 10th to take his match. So although he'll be in the 170s, he will still be gaining pins again in the aggregate. That's 217. So if he can strike on the fill ball. Brian Thielen in fourth place after 2 at plus 111. And then you've got Clark Pulser in fifth at 107 over. Dale Bowes in sixth, and Jeff Anderson both at 105 over. Rounding out the top 10, you've got Tom Jones in eighth at plus 84. Ron Cleveland at 69 over. And Dave Ullman, who we saw finish out here with a 162 at plus 68. Again, you can see these scores on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. I put that link in the comments.
How's it going?
Good.
Twins game last night. That was
I'm glad somebody brought that up. Brock Haugland is here. Did you stay up for the whole thing?
always.
Always. All right. You know, I was kind of surprised that Sal Frelick didn't have a Twins jersey on.
I got a shirt on. It's close enough.
He was doing everything he could to hand that one over to the Twins, but
That's all Baldelli's fault.
it was the Brewers.
Yeah.
It was the Brewers. I'll tell you, I was talking to my brother last night. We went to Brewers Twins over at Target Field. I said, you know, when we lived here, which was in the late 80s and early 90s, my father and I would go to Twins Brewers in the Metrodome, and it was like we were in a vacuum. There was just, you know, it was all Twins. And of course, this is back when they were winning World Series.
Yeah.
The Brewers were in the bottom of the division and all that good stuff. But now they're traveling pretty well.
Yeah.
We were not alone.
No. We're going to a game back in 2017, and I sat in the left field bleachers, and I think half the section was all Brewers fans.
Yeah. Yeah. Making the playoffs a few times. It wakes people up a little bit.
Yeah.
Go back over to the high side here. Where Steve Bone had a pretty convincing win there over Tina Johnson. And Davis, this is Bob Davis, can double here. Pick up the spare for 202. And that'll be a match win for him. So I saw you come in, Brock, over, you know, the first game or so.
Yeah.
First, second game. What are you seeing out there?
You can't miss in.
Okay.
And it looks like the gutter hooks a lot.
All right. And that's what Mr. Cleveland had said. Can't miss in.
Yeah.
So it's a shorter pattern. And certainly playing pretty tough here. We've seen Rob Downer just going right up the boards as he's getting started in his fourth match of qualifying. We have 8 of them total. And so we'll flip that over, but just keeping everything right in front of him. He's not giving up the pocket.
No.
You'll leave makeable spares, pick up most of them.
210's a really good game.
And that's essentially what he's doing. 190s, 210s.
Saw Mark Keichel shoot 270 or 266 last game.
Oh,
He was using urethane up the boards.
okay.
I think that was down on 15 and 16.
Okay. We'll get our first look at Dave Olenek, 27. Getting a light hit to carry. He'll be against super senior all-star from last year, Hank. He's also been throwing urethane today. So yeah, if you can get a 210 out of each of these matches and win, that's all it's going to take.
He's got to navigate the approaches.
Yeah. And we saw Tom Jones kind of taking a shorter approach, not much glide. Again, it's been the conditions outside have been pretty humid for the last few days, and
Yeah, it was like that for the CBA last weekend too.
yeah. It's tough when you get in these summer months, not really knowing what you're going to face on the approaches at the various centers.
Well, it's been raining. Seems like every other day here.
Yeah.
It's raining right now and lightning, thundering. Who knows what the Twins are going to play today? On the radar, they got like a 3-hour, 4-hour window to maybe to get the game in, but
Sure.
they'll probably start the game and just see.
Yeah, it rained a little bit last night when we first got there. They put the tarp out, kept it out for about 10 minutes, and then rolled it back up. So, of course, my question to you is, I'm going to be about 3 years away from the MSC coming up here. If I were to enter an event like this, would you ball rep for me?
I don't know. It depends on where it's at. Usually not a morning guy, so
Yeah?
yeah.
All right.
I got
Great.
nationals the next weekend. Ball in the last 2 possible days of the tournament, so
Oh, okay.
I got all of this week off, and so I'm trying to adjust my schedule to it.
Sure.
Only reason why I'm here is because I got nothing else better to do.
There you go.
Even it's an hour away, but
Okay. So Rick Hank had a nice conversion of the 310 there, kind of threw the 3 right into the 10. Olenek taking aim at a 10 pin. Off to the right, you'll see Steve Bone's shot. He's working on a strike here. And Jeff Anderson working on a strike on 27, where he's trying to improve upon that sixth seed, tied for 6 after the first 2 matches. So off to a nice start. But yeah, we've talked about the approaches a lot today, and it's, I talked to Jerry Holdorf, who was here earlier. He was going to bowl, but thought better of it. said it wasn't the approaches themselves. He, got up there and said the footing was pretty good. It was when he got to the settee area where the condensation tends to happen that he couldn't really navigate it, so he opted not to bowl. But others had the same thoughts and ended up going on with it.
Well, I think it's just better. If you don't want to risk injury, don't bowl. Can't blame him for that.
Sure.
Still dealing with my leg injury from last year. Bowled it last weekend, and it was a hard 8 games.
And the good thing is, living in in the Midwest, you get that for a few weeks,
Yeah.
and then it's not a concern anymore because you don't have the weather that contributes to that. Downer taking down a 2-7 in similar fashion to how Hank did it, just on the other side. Again, once we get past the qualifying, you've got a 5-person step ladder, but there is that opportunity for a real old guy or real old gal to win a match and get into the step ladder as well. So quite as cut and dried as just getting in there, but certainly helps to just get into that top 5 and not think about it. Warren congratulating Rob on that nice cover. Yeah, he hasn't missed much. He's in 23rd after 2, but you've got not even 100 pins between 23rd and 7th, so there's room to make a run, that's for sure.
2 good games there and easily make it up.
Oh, sure.
There's time.
Dave Olenek working on a strike here on 28 and makes good on that shot. You can see a entertaining pair of videos with him in it from this year's Minnesota USBC Hall of Fame ceremony. Just look for the playlist under that name and enjoy. And as Nick had said earlier, they're also raffling off a Storm Ion Pro today.
First, I want.
Okay.
That's the amount we're paying on the top total.
Okay. And then place by place. Okay. So Nick just handed me kind of a guide to the payouts. They're paying out a total of $4,240 today. The top prize is going to be $330, and then $275 for second, $240 for third, $225 for fourth, and $210 for fifth. Again, he said 1 and 2 is going to cash in this event. So definitely a lot of opportunity to get a check out of this. And really to get into those top, 10, 15 spots, you're going to be making out pretty good, relatively speaking. Ullman did not like the look of that, but got the carry. And McKinney nope, not McKinney. Davis. Ooh, a nice shot. McKinney's up on 29, but Davis has got the front four now. Scott Davis is your leader after 2. Both of those guys have just really solid physical games. Great balance at the line, good release. Steve Bones strings 3 in a row here. Bruce Meising, hoping I pronounced that right, taken down the rack. And here's Scott now off to the left, working on the front 4. Little tap on the 10, and that'll get it done.
No need to look pretty.
Yeah. Let's get him to fall. Davis versus Davis on this pair. Bob Davis takes care of that spare. And Scott with the front 5. He's going to be tough to beat in this 4th qualifying match. McKinney tripping out that 4 pin as the E bowler. He is bowling against Schmeissing, the C bowler, who you'll see come up here on lane 30.
Steve had a nice cover of that washout.
And Schmeissing doubles up. Davis takes down the 7. He's got the front 6 going. Yeah, it just seems like those guys who are keeping everything in front of them, pointing it up pretty straight, seem to be rising above in this.
Get the 1-3, leave a makeable, and move on.
Yeah. Yep. Don't give up the pocket. Make your spares. Get a double in there somewhere, and you're good to go. Easy to say from back here.
Yeah.
So double for McKinney. He is knotted up with Schmeissing. All tied up. Over on 32, you can see Brian Thielen taking care of the 10 pin down there. It's got 147 through 7, the spare up in the 8. Bob Davis gets a strike there in the 7th frame to stay afloat, but he's gonna need some help. Scott Davis working on the front 6. You'll see him come up on 29. Trying to put some pins between himself and the field. Our leader after 2 matches. And we are in our 4th qualifying match here. Nice break there on the light hit.
There's a lot of pins standing there for a second.
Yeah, yep. That's right. Now it's documented. No going back on that. Written in rock. And Steve just rolling that ball down the ditch to get the deadwood out of there. So the front 7 right in front of us. I don't know if I've seen, I certainly haven't seen the string that long today. So
I
Keep
think
our eye on
I think
that.
Mark had the front 7 down there.
Did he?
Yeah, and then he left 9 pin
Okay.
in the 8th.
Oh, almost got a break there. So Bone has got a nice lead on Schmeissing, who's going to have 139 through 8. Really just needs to keep it clean, keep him at arm's length, and he'll be all right. McKinney also with a lead on Schmeissing. Now Davis, you'll see him come up on lane 30 here, working on the front 7. Oh,
Rookie of the year, Ken Turner on lane 28 right now.
yeah. And Davis threw a great shot, just ringing 10 pin.
That's the director's jinx, by the way.
Black Cloud Nick Hogan.
I was going to say something about that. All Nick's fault.
So I recorded, I think there was like 5 or 6 chances for 300 last year.
Okay.
One of them that I recorded made it, so it's all my fault.
Wow.
No, what do you mean? I'm the Black Cloud when it comes to Tony's tournaments. I know. But I'll just sit up there right next to the approach and pull up the camera, and then they'll miss. I'm 3 for 3 on it.
All right. So as we off to our 2 left pairs here, you'll see
Had a nice 235 game over there.
Yeah.
226.
Dale Bose, who 6th place after 2 games. Again, just going right up the boards. Something with a little surface and flushing 10 back. So on 25, that must be Bill Nelson. Hitting the 9 pin, but he'll get out of there with a 2-0 and a match win over Bose. Ed wants to know what game they are in. They're in game 4, right at the bottom of your screen. Again, 4 of 8. So you've got 3 more kind of in this almost random lane assignments, and then a position round in the 8th game of qualifying, where we will determine who gets into that step ladder and who gets one of these 28 caching spots. And a nice break for Olenek, who takes down the 7 on that half pocket hit. He can strike on his fill ball for
Stayed alive in that
224.
match. He's 9.
Yeah.
Well, now he needs 8.
So now he needs 8. Yeah.
Big swing and pins.
Mm-hmm.
About a 40-pin swing.
Oh, yeah.
It's left.
Oh.
Oh.
And just like that.
It's a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie. So I mean, it's plus 41 apiece.
Yeah.
Not bad, but yeah, you think of what could have been if he gets that count.
I think he'll take it after that messenger in the 11th.
Oh, yeah.
Or easily could have lost more pins.
Mm-hmm. Here is the reigning rookie of the year, Mr. Turner, on lane 27 here. Like that, and there's why. 3, 6, 9, 10. We'll have to take it down to end up with 191. But he'll have enough.
That 9 pin's pretty off spot.
Yeah.
Might make it easier.
Yeah, you said it. He had no problem with that. So 191.
Got to take those off spots when you get them.
That's right. Usually goes the other way around.
Yeah.
Spot.
Where you get the 4-7, and all of a sudden there's a big gap in there. It's like you're shooting a baby split.
Mm-hmm. So Anderson, a little light, and he will not be able to win his match. He'll need to go spare strike to hit 189, swing back over to the high side, where they are finishing up over here. Eric Hogan ends up 196. That's good for a match win for him.
Are you giving instruction on how to win the slots?
No.
Do you have any tips on how to win at the slots?
Yeah, don't play.
Don't play. Okay. See, I'm one of those guys who will take like $20 in, and once it's gone, that's it.
Yeah. There for a good time, but not a long time.
Yeah. Oh, man, Bob Davis had a nice shot at that 3-6-7, but sent the 3 right around it. And Terry with count will take his 40 bonus pins.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Yep. Scott, who we were watching with the front 7, can hit 3 strikes in the 10th for 254. It's that same 10 pin that he had in the 8th frame. So 244 still a possibility out there.
Still a big game.
Yeah. Hi, Terry. Good. Looks like we'll get our first look at Terry Halita. Is from my area, from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Had a nice run at the Wisconsin State Senior Tournament this past spring. 800 plus at one of the events and took 2 titles there. And Davis hits that strike and fill ball, so 244. And assuming, again, I didn't catch what he ended up with in the third match, but he'll be on his way to what will likely be an extension of that lead. So, as we move into match 5 of qualifying here, Turner and Tim Racette over on 25 and 26, as you see Turner take down the 10. And Jim Winter, who's up on 26, and Jeff Anderson. Looks like, I think Schmeissing is the E-bowler on that pair. Ooh. I'm always good for, to hear a few Steve Bones stories.
Legend has it his spare ball is almost 17 pounds. I don't know if you heard about that one.
I didn't, but I'd sure like to.
Yeah. Steve, how much does your spare ball weigh? 17 pounds? Oh.
Okay. Whittling away the excess weight through chunks taken out of the ball.
He's got to defend his title.
Yeah. No, I've never bowled at the Peterson.
It's terrible. It was humid in there.
Yeah.
Tore over my thumb in the middle of the second game, so that was a fun rest of the day.
Sure.
Some interesting leaves.
Yeah.
I left the pocket 486.
Whoa.
Yeah. Shot right at the 1-2 and it just deflected.
Nice messenger for
Jeff
Anderson. Kenny up high. He'll start off his match with Tim Knudsen, who walked up there with a shoe cover on, so he'll.
I think we've done that once or twice.
Yep. Or more in my case.
So, you know, good thing he caught it.
Yep, that's right.
Or else we would have had a Nice fall on camera.
Yeah. And McKinney makes easy work out of that 3-6-10. Let's run back over to the high side here. We'll get our first look at some of the folks down here. We've got Bill Farber coming up here on lane 29. And up on the end is Mike Wurz, who is in the aforementioned Minnesota Hall of Fame video, as well as one from his own Hall of Fame induction ceremony in Wisconsin the year before. Both of those in separate playlists available anytime on the channel. Warren Mansky cheering on his buddy from the Chippewa Valley, Terry Halita. And Wurz makes quick work of that 3-pin. And gave me that look before he sat down. You know the one.
What, Mike?
Yeah. Because when he walked in today, he said, geez, you must be really bored. Nothing better to do.
Still got the Twins game going on, even though
Yeah. All right.
it starts in half hour.
Yeah. Edwards says, looks like the pattern has blended out some. Ooh. Mike with a nice break there. Just snow plowing down.
It's that Hall of Fame carry.
That's right. Farber working on the first two and crushes the third one. We'll keep an eye on that as we go here. Turner working on a spare and a little right of pocket and deal with really a difficult 2-8 lead on this pattern. Ray Set gets a double to try and climb back into his match with Turner. Warren says, nice shot. Yeah. Yeah, he's probably thinking the same. All right, so Davis up on 27, working on a strike. His match with Polita, who had a washout in his second, ended up with 9 in that frame, so 25 through 2 for him. You'll see him come up on 28 here on the right. And 10 back coming off that open. So certainly plenty of time to come back in this game for Mr. Polita. Davis takes care of the 1-3. It's Winter on that shot on 25 looked like he sucked. And ends up with the 2, 4, 8, and 10. Yeah, when you're not totally confident about your footing, that tends to live rent free in your head.
Terry had a nice break there on 27.
Oh yeah. They're doing scores now? Okay. Yep. As soon as we get an update on those, we will pass word along. In the meantime, you can always check the latest scores on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. And keep track of your favorite player here. Edward says, good matches going on 27 and 28. Yeah, we got Davis and Bone, Polita, Davis and Polita. Bone, McKinney, Knudsen. And again, Bone being the E player, he is bowling against Polita. Got that 4-9 out. Want to switch back over to the high side where Barber is up with the front 4. Make it the front 5.
Looks like he's got a nice line.
Yeah.
Up the boards on the outside 5 and letting her walk into the pocket.
And keep in mind, that's the same pair where we saw Davis hit the front 7 to get to 240.
What's Bill at after 2?
Bill is
19.
19. Yeah.
Oh, no. What's wrong with her?
No, that's Fabian, and
Oh.
this is Farber. So
Yeah.
he's farther down. He was 40th after.
He could use a game like this.
Yeah.
Who knows what he did game 3, but
Right.
anytime you can start out with the front 5, helps your score out dramatically.
Oh, yeah.
Matter if you got the lead or if you're middle of the pack and just trying to get back in it.
Oh, yeah. So Barber right in front of us here on left side of your screen on 29, working on the front 5. See if he can get number 6.
Oh,
That same pesky ringing 10, just like Davis had the game before.
It's a jinx.
Yeah. This shot on the left side of the screen is from Terry Halita and ends up in a pocket 7-10. So not the result he wanted to see coming off a double. Off to the right, there's Mike Words working on 4 in a row. Light, left the 5-pin.
Hands up. Never a doubt.
Wow. That was a close call. But spare on the board. Oh, that's a nice break for Thielen.
For Brian there. Looks like Steve had a ball change there.
Nice break for Halita. Light hit. I gotta say, I usually run hot in these things. It's pretty cool in here.
Yeah, this place is known to be cool.
Yeah.
If you're spectating, it's kind of an uncomfortable cool, though. You need like a sweatshirt when it's 90 degrees out, and it's 20 degrees out. You got the right equipment on. So
Fortunately, I have my Bowling with the FEP hoodie in the car. So hopefully I'll have a chance to grab it before the Stepladder. And don't forget, you can get your own at the Etsy store, which has hoodies and T-shirts. Always available. You like how I rolled that in
yeah, knew you were going with it.
Nice break for Anderson there. Take down the 7. That's 4 in a row for him. Kenny on a 3-bagger slaps out the 10 for his 4th in a row.
Bill got back on track with a nice double.
I would think with that, that direct line really kind of being the way to play and paying off the most for these guys, I would think that Mike would have a run in him, so we'll see. He's got a nice game going right now, despite this split that he's shooting at. He's still going to get off that pair, likely with 2-0 or more. A firm grasp on his match. Troy Stebbins comes up light. Five's wiggling. And probably got the loudest pants in the place right now.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got a nice lead in his match with Olenek. It's not over yet, but getting pretty close. Yeah. No problem on the 5-pin. He'll really just need to keep it clean with good count. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, you would think that Barber would be, Barber's in control of his match. Because Lammers is against C Bowler, who I think is Haugen. All right, so here on 27 and 8, you got Davis taking aim at a 3-9. It's got 119 through 6, strike up in the 7th. Polita 79 through 5 with double and now 3 in a row. So he'll jump into the lead in his match. Ray Set over on 25 can strike on the fill ball to force Turner to get a strike on his fill ball. Ooh, that's not the result he wanted. 7 count, and he'll end up with 221. So Turner needs 8 to win that match. And 8 is not a gimme on this.
No.
And he went up high at 7. So one tie, all tie. That's another tie at 221.
Maybe the goal is just shoot 222 and guarantee yourself a win every time.
Right. Kinney flushes 10 back, and he'll keep a nice 15-pin lead in his match.
Jeff can go off the sheet here for 268.
There's the first one. Seems like with each game he's kind of settled in a little more nicely each time. So Definitely throwing it well on this pair. Words end up with 200?
208.
208.
We
Okay.
went double 6.
Double 6. Barber hit the first strike in his 10th. He can hit the next two for 245. That's the shot you see coming in on the right.
What's the 8-9?
Dead solid, perfect.
Another nice 240 game with the at least the front 6.
Yep.
Or front 5.
5. Kenny hits another one.
Jeff with 268.
It's a heck of a game. Highest we've seen.
Should move them up pretty good.
Yep. Alita saws out the 5 and 7. 4-bagger of his own.
He was already in 7th after 2.
Yep.
Should have scores up already after 4.
Got to be getting close. And again, as soon as they come out, we'll share them with you. You can also find them on the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page. Got that link in the comments if you're looking for that. So Knutson on the right again. He's bowling against Terry Halita, who's going to win going away. So 3 more matches in qualifying after we get done with this 5th one. Last one, a position round. Boy, you know what would be nice?
What?
Is if he put the top seeds down here.
Think he would. I'll go ask him.
Yeah.
See what he says.
Yeah, see what he says.
Position
Yeah. I could see it going either way, but all right. Alita's working on that 4-bagger. Shoot 229 if he finishes strong here and gets the first one in the 10th. Those 2 opens early on are going to loom large in that one, but still a great game for Halita. And he'll win going away his match with Bob Davis. Another great shot. He's got a nice look playing straight up. Now McKinney working on a double. He's bellying it a little more than Halita is, but still having some nice success. Again, 2 opens, but he can still punch for 230. And gets a nice break. Leaves just the 2-pin. Lita gets the 4 out, but not the 9. 228 with 2 opens. Gave me the fist pump there. And like Brock was saying, I mean, you can go 210, 220 every game. That's a good place to be. Of course, some of the scores here are starting to creep up. You know, you've got that Faber's 244 and Anderson's 268 off to our left. So some of these guys are starting to make runs here. McKinney can strike in this fill ball for 210. And got a nice break to get every last stick. So 210 on the scoreboard equals 250 when you count the bonus pins that he'll come away with. So McKinney was in third after 2 games. So we'll see where he stacks up once we get our next score update.
I'm gonna grab my bags.
All right. Game 4.
Hey, all right, a score update from Mr. Hogan.
Yeah. So I was posed a question from Brock through you.
Yeah.
So the way we do things is we
Uh-oh.
actually keep the higher pairs away from the stepladder pairs.
Uh-oh.
So for the position round, they're going to be further down
Okay.
that way. So technically, we're probably not going to be able to see the position round. We're not going to move the cameras, I assume.
Right.
But it's it's kind of the unfair advantage. We don't want somebody who bowled on a pair that, you know, they just bowled on and shot maybe 260
to bowl in the step
and get the
ladder
bowl
on
in
the
the
same
step ladder
pair.
on the same pair.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Good point.
yeah, unfortunately, it's
okay.
a one or the other thing.
That's all right.
And I did just
Well,
post on the
there it
through
is.
game 4. Yep.
Okay. So we'll get that.
I do have to go help getting doubles situated. So it's a weird high-low doubles that we do for one of our side pots, and it's kind of the way our program does it. We got to do it manually, so I got to go help that out. So hopefully I can make it back here for some more qualifying. If not,
that's all right.
Yeah,
We'll get through it.
Sounds good.
And I'll find a way to get a camera on at least some of those games. All right. So in the position round, that is. So here we go. Let me flip this over because we're in qualifying match 6 now. Through 4 games. As of game 4 in qualifying, Mark Kakel at plus 232 is your leader, with Chad Nelson 20 behind him at plus 212. Ron Cleveland, who we saw a little earlier, at plus 209 in the 3rd position, with Terry McKinney at plus 175 in 4th. Bill Fabian at 171 in 5th. Scott Davis, who had the 240 after the front 7 down here, is in 6th at plus 170. Clark Polzer at 167 is the 7th seed. Scott Dunham is the 8th seed at 134 up. Brian Thielen at 130 and Wayne Jensen at 130. Tied in 9th, Tim Knudsen would be in 10th at plus 127. Again, you can see all these scores on the Facebook page for the Midwest Senior Classic. Getting our first look here at Dan Goldstein on 27. As we get going in match 6 here with Mike Wurz in the B spot. And leaves a 10 on that half pocket hit. So, how are we going to get a camera on the position round? Well, do a little work behind the scenes here. We might have to forego a little commentary in that last game, but I have an idea. Get a look at some of that action. Brad Irvin is the D bowler and worst opponent. Up on 27. He'll try and take down the 1, 2, 4. So Goldstein with a ringing 10 there on 28. I've talked often about the high school team that Cedarvale owner Brent Prentice and I were on together my freshman year of high school for 1 year. Dan Goldstein was also on that team, along with Pat Humphrey, who many around Minnesota know. Thank you. Thank you. I know he's JP Kegler. I know he's shared the link a couple times, so glad to see him here. All right. So as we continue with match 6 here, I'm going to shut the microphone off for a second and look into how I can get a camera on the position round. As Bruce leaves another 10 pin. We'll leave it here, but I'll be back in just a second. All right. We're back. Running through the parking lot like a crazy person. Still raining out there, but I think we have our solution for the position round when that happens. Let's see if it works. Well, we can. We got golf over there, and unfortunately, that doesn't jive with live streams. All right, so Irvin's working on a double. He'll be up here on 28. And gets the third throw. And Wurs follows suit. Got a double of his own. We'll move it over to the high side now. Check out what's going on here. You've got Jim Winter. And our first look at Bill Fabian down on the end. Memory serves, he had a nice run at the Rochester Holiday Match Games last December. Or maybe it was the Chippewa Valley Match Games. They all seem to kind of bleed together. And Halito with a nice break, tripping out that 4-9. See that 10 pin from Wurs on the left side of your screen. Tim Raysett next to him. See up with the front four. And couldn't get the four to drop. But a nice start for him in this sixth match. All right. It's tough, I'll tell you. I talk about running around a little bit because trying to set up that camera for ladder, or not the step ladder, the position round rather. And as many people probably know, the British Open is going on right now. So the golf is on most of the TVs in the house, but I've got to have them turn it off in order to show those pairs to avoid a potential copyright violation. So I'm hoping these guys don't get too mad at me for turning off the golf. There are other TVs to see it. I just can't have it on the screen. Constant battle, I'll tell you. So Word's taking 2 off of the 2, 4, 5, 8, and that's going to be trouble. Because Irvin has not stopped striking since last I saw him here. He's got got 6 in a row. Goldstein rattles out the corners there for his 4th in a row. That's another. So strike on the fill ball, he could have 245 up there. And will win by a nice margin over Troy Stebbins. Good place to leave that stone 8, 244. And he'll pick up 84 pins, including the bonus pins. Looks like we're switched balls there. And got that first strike in the 10th. But again, Urban working on the last 6, so another 10 pin. He's left quite a few of those on this pair. Pick it up for 189. That'll be Urban going the win here. So now that I have the opportunity, let's see if we can run down. All right, Brad Irvin on 28. He's hit 2 more in the 10th. Be his 9th in a row if he can hit it, and carries the Brooklyn. So it's the last 9 for 258. And again, 40 bonus pins on top of that. It's going to be a nice total for him after that game. Flip it back over to the high side. Tim Ray set on 29 there. Flush on another one. He can go off the sheet for 259. As he hits that double in the 8 and 9. Okay, so here's the race set. Nice shot, but left that ringing 10 that we've seen kill a lot of strings and strikes on that pair. And he missed it. So he'll end up with 226. That'll be enough to win his match. But it's tough. It's a lot of work for 226.
She said polar all caps.
So just coming down to the end here of match 6 of qualifying. They will follow their lane assignments for one more match after that, and then it'll go to a position round that will put the high seeds down on 15 and 16 is what Nick said, and the lower seeds down this way. So we will do our best to follow along with the higher seeds and keep pace, you know, this whole thing. You can most of them done now with qualifying game 6, or match 6 rather. They're going back to their next pair. And there will probably be a moment between the 7th qualifying match and the position round. So hopefully that'll give me a little time to, you know, get situated down there. So we've got Reset and Irvin getting started down on the high end here. And Irvin leaves a 7 on a half pocket hit. Chad Nelson, 29. He's been hovering around the top of the standings in the updates that we've received. And he opens up the 7th game of qualifying with a 4-9. Down on the end, you've got Jim Winter ready to throw in his first frame with Ron Cleveland over on 32. And Goldstein, had a messenger literally go across the deck and then back, but couldn't take out that 10. Wayne Jensen on the left here. Up high, leaving the 6 pin. We get into the afternoon here at 12:23 local time. If you're just joining us, my name is Andrew Pfeffer. This is Bowling with the Pfeff, a tournament live stream at the Midwest Senior Classic at Cedarvale Lanes, Eagan, Minnesota. We're on our 7th match of an 8-match qualifying block. After that, they will take the top 5 into a stepladder. However, the bowlers who have aged into a real old guy or real old gal category, which is 68 and older. One of those, the top seed of those bowlers will have a one match opportunity to jump into the step ladder. However, if they lose that match, they revert to their original seeding if it's step ladder. Push it back over to the left here, where we have Clark Pulser up on 26. Looks like he's the C bowler. Started out with strike. There's Bill Fabian right in front of us on 27. Great shot. That's a double for him in the early going here in the 7th qualifying match. In our last score update, Fabian was in the 5th seed. And remember, we've got a 5-person step ladder that these gentlemen are trying to be a part of. But you got to love that cash ratio, 1 and 2. So 28 of the bowlers are going to walk away with checks, which is pretty cool for those who maybe had a decent day but didn't quite get up into the top 5. There's Polzer off on the left on 25. Shakes out the 7 and 10 to start out with a double here. Fabian working on a double. Slams home a 3rd strike. So scores are starting to jump a little bit. Some guys making a run here. Ladies as well. And if you want to see that latest score update, the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page is the place. You can find that link in the comments. The who's in the running for bonus bowling today in the form of that ladder final. Holzer went up high on that one, off a 3-pin. All right, so we'll flip things over after watching Fabian's shot here on 27. Almost got there, a little high, but left a 9-pin. Flip back over to the high side where we've got Chad Nelson doing Chad Nelson things. 29. Dan Goldstein's got 3 in a row here. Make it 4.
Yeah. Sweet. Or Mr. Terry McKinney. All right.
Yeah. I think we're gonna be okay down there.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to move down there because here's, and you know, I'm talking to Nick over here. Here's what it looks like, but figured that might happen. So good deal. All right, so get back to left here, where we have tournament leader, at least as of game 4, Mark Keekle. He is on this pair. Tommy Martin, who you see on 27 here. Throw a shot. A little light, leaves a 2-pin. Fabian was in 5th after game 4, and Keekle again had a 20-pin lead on Chad Nelson, who was the 2 seed as of game 4. So a couple top seeds, couple of the top seeds here right in front of us. So Dan Goldstein's ball just mowing down those pins on 29 off to the right. I think that's his 5th in a row. Yeah. He's had the last 5. Here's Keekle on the right side. Throwing a purple hammer with a lot of loft and tripping out the 4, 7, and 10. So pretty soon here we will have the scores after or as of game 6. Again, if you want to stay on top of that, the Midwest Senior Classic Facebook page is the place to go. I've got that link in the comments. The live chat, I should say. Let's see that strike on the right. That was Chad Nelson. He's had the last 3, but had 3 opens in his first 4 frames, too. So. Fabian splits the 8-9. He's got 137 through 6 with a strike up. All right, Keuchel, 27 here. Went pretty high, 3, 6, 9, 10, which is a tough cover really in any situation, but especially like this, although I've heard guys say plenty of hook off the gutter, so see if he's able to take advantage. And chop 3 and 9 off of that one, so he will have 99 through 7, and need to get his striking shoes on to salvage something out of this match. Down on the high end, you've got Dan Goldstein and Wayne Jensen. And Goldstein's had the last 6. He's been pretty animated throughout this game. So we'll see if he can hit a 7th in a row here. Sure enough, gets that 4 out of there. Again, after this 7th qualifying match, they will tally up the scores and get everybody arranged in a position round for the 8th and final qualifying match. We'll go down by the high seeds and bring that to you live. After that, you've got the Stepladder finals with the possibility of a really old guy or a really old gal getting in there as well. So it looks like Goldstein's probably going to beat Jensen by pretty decent margin here. Nelson can hit the last 3 in the 10th for 223, which will be enough to take down Urban. And Goldstein rings a 10 on the 9th frame, but a nice run there. As he can still put 269 on the board if he can hit the last 3 in the 10th.
So I've got historical data on my spreadsheet. Do you want me to send that to you? Like share my spreadsheet? You can.
Sure.
Okay. What email should I send it to?
bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com.
Perfect. Bowling with the Fef?
That's the place.
All right.
Urban had the big string last game. Now we see both Dan Goldstein and Chad Nelson running off strings of 5 or more.
All right. I think I sent it to you. Okay. All right. Let's go get ready for this game 7 call.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And Nelson hits the first one in the 10th, so he's going to win this match. It's just by how much. Wow. That messenger meant business. Ron Cleveland with a nice break there on 32. Match with him and Jim Winter, just 3 pins separating the two of them. And Nelson finishes strong, 223. That strike that you may have seen on the left with the pin taken out the 9 was Bill Fabian. He can shoot 223 of his own if he gets 2 more. He is going to win his match. Goldstein still can shoot 258. He'll need to cover this and strike on the pill ball to do it. Nick just handed me standing sheet. As of game 6, it's Ron Cleveland in the lead at plus 334. Chad Nelson behind him, 311. Keegle in third at 298. Jeff Anderson in fourth, 295. And Holzer rounding out the top 5 at plus 275. Terry McKinney just 5 back at plus 270. And then Bill Fabian at plus 224. That's as of 6 games. I'll tally up the results through this match once it's done. and figure out where everybody will end up for the position round. Goldstein, a nice 258 there. I mentioned the leader after 6, Ron Cleveland. He is on the right side of your screen, just about to pull his 10th frame. You can see him stepping up on the approach right now. Had an open in this game, but he stayed clean other than that. It's a double to get to 200. There's the first one. His opponent is 3 pins ahead of him, also has that first strike in the 10. So that's Jim Winter. We'll see what he does here. $10 back. So that's going to force Cleveland to do the same and get a little help too. Because again, 40 pins to win that match. A lot of pins. And Cleveland leaves 8, so it is going to be Jim Winter winning that match against Cleveland, who was the top seed after or as of game 6. And there's a spare for Cleveland, who ends up at 195. So that does that over there. I'll flip things back over to the left here. And at the end of Clark Holzer's match with John Pesh. Slaps out the 10 there for 226 and a match win over Holzer. So things getting a little tighter with some of these top seeds losing matches in match 7. We'll soon find out how all that's going to shake out. Everyone has the totals together. Our position round. And once that gets started, we'll bring you to top seeds down on 15 and 16.
Thompson, Corey Henson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finding out where everybody is ending up for position round match. Match number 8. You've got Chad Nelson in the lead at plus 374, followed by Jeff Anderson plus 349, Terry McKinney plus 345, Ron Cleveland at 329 over, and Dan Goldstein, we saw shoot 250 down on our end, in the 5th seed at 280 over. Got Clark Holzer in 6th position at 279 over. Bill Fabian, 274 over. Ryan Thielen at 231 over. And 8. Mark Keekel and Tim Knudsen tied at 9 at 231 over.
Mr. Pepper, are you ready?
You bet I'm ready, Nick. Let's fire it up. So Nick has assured me that the top seeds would be right in front of us here at on lanes 15 and 16. I had to kind of finagle something together to make this work, but hopefully everything sounds okay. Unfortunately, I don't think I can see any comments from down here, so I'll have to catch up from that once we get back down to where my mates.
Eyes out there. Please make sure that you're filling the correct person. If you have any
Again,
questions,
top seats right in front of me. You can kind of down the dead center of your screen, right above the word match. Ron Cleveland, Terry McKinney, Clark Holzer, Jeff Anderson, and Dan. 15 and 16. So, match. It's going to be in our Stepladder final again with that wrinkle where you have a guy or a real gal in top 5. That's just the top 5. But if there isn't, and that's the highest, they have the opportunity to hold away into the top 5. Again, big thanks to everyone who has been tuning in live and they're catching it after the fact on replay. Like to see liking this video, subscribing to the channel. No cost to do it, and that's the thing that helped me make this happen. I do appreciate everyone's Okay, so as Norman continues, I just talked with Nick Hogan, tournament director. Said that we're not young OGs, real old guys or gals to have set in the stepladder. However, there has to be a super senior or real guy in the stepladder or the hard seat. You'll have a chance to bowl maybe the stepladder, but at this point, you've got Bob Friedland with the highest seated senior in 4, and Clark Holzer in 6. Chances are one of those two will get in, and it'll be the top 5 step ladder. You can stand. Here we go. Again. I see you right there. Yeah. Last couple of laps of practice are going down the lane, and it's time to get things started. Again, our top 6 seeds, you'll see them right here. Chad Nelson, Jeff Anderson, Terry McKinney, Ron Cleveland, Dan Goldstein, and
Just to reiterate the ties, please make sure that you know who you're bowling. It goes to scratch total first, and then last game if the event's still a tie for the scratch total. So if you do not know who you're supposed to be bowling, or if it's any question, find me before your first come back to bowl.
Nick just explaining some tie-break scenarios. It's not just simply 20 apiece on a tie. This round. Here we go. Chad on your left, Jeff Anderson on the right, top 2 seeds. As we get started in this 8th qualifying match here at the Midwest Senior Classic at Cedarvale Lanes. So, yeah, I see. Yep. Like he has Monday. Today, pounds 10 cents splitting the game. It's kind of spread out here. Got some top-seeded guys kind of surrounding this tier, 16. That kind of fans out in a couple different directions. Talking about Rob Downer players, maybe MSC Player of the Year. Bowling so well at the start of this event, he's down in lane 9 and 10. Faster on the left side of the screen. Terry McKinney pounds his pocket. It's an 8-pin trouble. Right, Cleveland. We were in this after, I believe, 6 games. Ended up in the 4th seed going in. Holzer, the first one, Stepladder, going into this game. Starts out, ball dumps up, and he leaves a 4-7 tap. It's the speed of my boy. So get through with this eighth and final division round match. Again, tabulate to figure out who's moving on. Get into final. All even between our top two seeds, Jeff Anderson. Both of them with a double to start things up. Kenny on 16th. And he apologized to me during the break. Saying he both lousy on the live streams here. I told him you're bouncing around the top 5 enough. That's what you do a lot. Yes, it's double. Kenny to maintain. 10-10 lead. So, black 10. Started out his match against Goldstein. He goes spare with 17 spare. I don't. I might be able to. So 10 to the right. Catching up. 15. Smarter than that. Anderson. Like he's good. Well, see him gain steam as he got live stream there. Oh, he turned it up at the end. So, right. Game at 4-6-7-9. Now. Behind Anderson started out the first 3. Left. This is the 4-pin. You can step up at the third, chance to get the lead here.
I don't know if that's.
Good. Great shot.
Oh, you're not being too good, are you? Good.
Happy with he bowled down on the other pairs. And LIVESTREAM. He's happy. Really going. It'll still be a perfect team kind of spare his third. Alright, so coming off that green shirt split. Third. Trying to get that track here. Wait to the ball. Thanks. And a bucket letter. A couple of them, 15. Pick it up. Things going. Bring.
Oh, great. Okay. Miles an hour?
10. Can he stand that weight? Close that up. Okay. That's a pretty decent break between the 8 games here, so of course everybody wants to stay loose. It's tough to do when can't.
Yeah. You said stay 50 there.
I wasn't gonna say that. All right, so team lead over points. Got the 10 out that time. And Clark is at 6. Steve going into this game. So I can up, no, to get going here. He was the brings the 10 on 15. So, Steve left, double up here, extend his. We've got things. Definitely get direct lines and putting this results. Let's have a little more ball speed on both. That's that's trouble splitting that shot. Like one left, so. Pick up this 3/6 minute. Anderson covers his 10-10. Keeps the lead going. Looking at that one. Looked like he really slowed down on the last step.
No, both of them were pretty much the same. Stop it. A little faster feet, instant stop.
Corners out. Kenny. Kenny has Eagan. Up by 12. Halfway through Eagan. Flying. With the balls to that. It's like a duo. Having just the right spot. Holes are just like this is right. Right there. There gets the islands that like pretty fine line. The one edge is pretty thin. Looked like you got out of that one a little bit better and knew exactly what was going to happen on the back end. They took it right past them. We need to spot. Bolster has some light. Right, Kenny. On right. L6. It's got 89. That's right. Just like that. Just a 5 there. little light. Pouring that skin to take out. But like this time. Don't have a feet, but double. So I gets on that. So
Go run.
getting later on that, man. Are you getting 4 seats? Very efficiently. Not we. Get it. Yes, sir.
How'd your weekend go? How'd your weekend go? Golfing and
Not so good. Going back to back. Okay.
nice.
I think it's a little better on that shot on 15, but like let's see it. Anderson's a spot. So 37, 6 for Anderson. Strike up. Did you get anything else? Now 95, 6 fair here. So
Right on.
in lead. 2 seed Jeff Anderson to last 3 threes. Cleveland's got the last 2 strikes, so they make it third.
Yeah, they left.
Very nice.
Because my friend Shelby and my friend.
Got it. Vince on the left side. He's got the last 3. Well, he's got it.
So yeah, Gumby crazy. He decided to come back here.
It's nice base.
Storm. I don't know if my nephew's calling. Yeah.
I don't think it's ever. See. That's it.
Got it.
Yeah, they got a. Yeah.
It's up.
I think
No, it's not. I struck the last 2 times. Now, 3. That was 129, 6.
It's like talking about
7. Both. And closes the last 3 strikes each has a lead in the respective match. 16-7. Got the ball. Matches. Play last. That's why. Never know. That Nelson strikes. Very interesting. Sounded like that. So, yeah. And 40 bonus pins. It's going to be top seed. He can continue this pace. And Kenny.
Put your stuff on stage. I got bags here. I got paper in there. Get the right side of the pocket.
Keep the strikes count. Keep up. Godspeed for the ball.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Wow. And good that he dumped that 7 out. They could have used a strike there. So. Spare 156-37. Spare. Kenny. 126. That's double. That's the spare. Yeah, you. Wanted it. Right, good on carry, so. This 10, yeah, they keep it go. Strike, spare strike after this. 196. Comes out. 24. Anderson keeps piling it on.
I'm not.
Just about got this one. That's going to make him the top seed.
I see him standing like right by the table and I'm like, he said, hi. Hi. I'm like, oh my God. I don't know.
The other strikes.
I'm taking his eater.
We'll win this match. Bonds. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he was weird. No. You can make it in 7 months.
So, man, the way it is decent chance of something same champions. Stepladder. You can still hear the 6. He's got 129 to the 6, yeah, 7 and 8. Here's his 9th frame.
I really don't think it was actually. Like -80 sometimes.
It's still
Josh.
49. If he punches out the 10.
You don't want to be cold.
I can go. Get up that 6 pin on. Spare.
You gotta pick a nice one.
Possible. 2. With this. From 10.
Especially
152. 9. Other side closer and 156 to 8. Strike it. F Anderson. Trying to find real lanes in the end. I'll stop it.
It's like it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah.
No, you won't be 6. I can't do that.
I'm such a. It's been so long. I can't remember how his dad used to. Actually, not like yeah.
Carry on light hits.
Oh, you know,
Momentum. But it should really anywhere here. 29 to 30 for 3 men. Base 3-6-10. It's going to give Cleveland a chance. Kenny goes spare strike. He ends up with 226.
how many beers are you in? Enough. Because we know how to get out of it. We're all in this like yeah. Oh my God.
Spare. Becomes pretty important.
I'll go with you. Go inside.
He doesn't get 9. First.
I lost.
He does get that. Kenny does on the strike. Yeah. Strike for 226. Very good. So 226 for McKinney. Cleveland Eagles. Next strike to win the match. Likely advance in third position. Pretty good, but perhaps that 6 right around the 10. So it'll be Terry McKinney holding on. Bonus pins. He will likely be in at least third position, if not second, depending on how the pins shake out. Great match between those two competitors. 226, 225. Terry McKinney. So spare 189. Strike. That's from the court. So, the mark. 188. Let's see. Comes down to this. He's going to need a mark and just count. That will put him into the step ladder. I think it's last. Off white, left 7, 8. Not the kind of spare one I have to convert to advance. So again, spare and count. And also with advance, if it does not convert, let's see, this man, likely because it's C. Oh, and he took it down. That was a clutch. 3 pins. Okay, it's like fair enough. It's all 10. Our Bulls are winning their match. Here with our top 6 seeds. The folks over here will tabulate scores. We'll find out which position for the Stepladder final. And we'll be back with you after this. So just a couple of practice shots before the guys get started here. First match of the.
All right, my third right now. I have to get closer to the work.
And so it's 39 feet. Get it from there. The end here, 31 to 32 is practice here. I don't see that off to the right. That's where guys like Chad, Terry McKinney, top seed, Jeff Henderson will stay loose. So, both of these guys have a little history on the channel. Being a champion last year. Ran a video his Chad Nelson and winning a title here. All right, let's get things started. Cleveland. That's part of a pair of videos coming out of the 2024 Minnesota USBC Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Fist bump, and here we go.
Scott, you need help here?
First match of today's Stepladder.
You're not going to do that.
Not right this minute. Starting out with Ron Cleveland. It's a little tight. Perhaps. His first match on something 3, 6, and 9. It was actually won twice after that. One that I was there for. And he had won there previously. So, safe to say, he likes that. He like that. Sent it out to the right. Got a 2. Moving the table, sitting on the bench. And it was second here. Turn things around. I'll apologize in advance for those of you in the live chat. Ooh, a nice break from Feeling. Getting a 10 out of that. For those of you in the live chat, if you're leaving comments, I'm actually using the button to shoot this right now just because I'm about a hair too far to the right, or to the left, rather. Setup to particular match and view. They're going to move a pair to the right each match. So we'll have a better handle on comments and things once I get back to my up high, 6, 7. See. Goodness. You're good.
Seems like every time I make the ladder, you.
And he gets 28. 2. Stephen. Yeah, I believe it's another one. Really bouncing around the top 5 teams today. Not that relative. Call earlier on, it's left. Yeah. 8 matches. Things are a little different on this pair, but little punches made the right adjustments. Here he is. Stealing third.
Going? That's how it's going. I don't know.
Hold on.
Push that to the left. So 2 opens and 3 frames. And back and forth.
Oh, God.
So,
180. How about you? 186. Did you win? No. What's that? No, I go
high time. You got the 4 pin.
Yeah. No. Now I was up. Now you got to hear that. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Oh, you might need that.
Here.
So it's 3 and 20.
Yeah.
Go. Have pocket hit. Force the
You got to.
working on it. Double. 3 in a row.
It's from. Look where it's from. The pen.
Oh.
It's high again on that right lane. It's sort of pedal.
Yeah, I don't.
Probably pretty thankful for that.
You went up there.
I tried to work back down there in the last one. The master.
Yeah, I know.
Take care of that.
Do you need some help?
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? Good.
Now Thielen up in the 6th. Got the 10 to fall. So he's got 77 through 5 with the strike up in 6th. Working on the last one.
You're doing the best.
Oh,
That's what I did.
no.
You don't want to clean it.
No, nope.
Go on my face taking it.
And fall. So you see the ball off to the right.
Okay.
Terry McKinney,
Is she?
Chad Nelson,
I'd be trying.
No.
My
their match.
second
Matches.
go get it.
Oh, okay.
Like 680 something.
Very
Last week I was 150, 174.
And I think I get one good set, get two good sets.
Yeah.
For some reason.
I'm gonna get a little tired, but then the lanes are always a little different.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 weeks ago, we were from the high end, 9 to 10. And first two shows been exactly where I left off. And all of them,
Oh, I did it. That's right.
and I instead of park. Oh, okay.
Right.
But yeah, it's all, I don't. We're can't seem to get it together.
And that's right. Well, oh, okay.
You can roll it out there.
Yeah, okay.
Here, you work for example. Guys, jobs out last year, you got some timing issues. Worked out.
Okay, so
It's been doing a lot.
okay, nice.
Too many moving parts of the.
Is there? Okay, all right.
I'm left, but
That's a tough.
just hung on.
Every week to clear. No easy need anything like that.
Well, that's why
It's got a 37.
Okay.
And then I just is probably one area to do law or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
But into
7.
I think
So,
I
Steve.
yeah.
So,
As I said, yeah, that's.
you can start.
Higher.
No, 6 and 7.
I don't think that's
You got 7.
Oh, you're. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say that. More helpful. Maybe it's like.
There's a, always been, like 210 or 2 over together, 430. It's hard to compete with 230 and above.
That.
That's a plus.
I love that.
I do too. So.
It's good.
What's this during the summer?
20. Okay.
And then it only goes to we job. You were 12-hour shows.
Makes it tough. Yeah, makes it tough.
And it all depends on the job.
Yeah.
Is that so April?
Got one left.
I hope to be.
It's 10, so I'm 55. 7.
Somebody wanted to go. Either.
15. 10. You're 8.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm not sorry. I'm over to here.
Oh, you're the man.
It's
Like, that's all.
I know. Yeah, my dog doesn't hand over. Yep. It's bad. Some days give me time for the work. That's bad.
Why? We're not valley.
Okay.
Like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
next down. It's fair.
I just want to get.
35.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
you're on the game.
Right there. Yeah. For the most part. Yeah.
But Don Gary, getting done with like an hour.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, I worked.
Oh, okay.
But that's right. I'm like, but sometimes.
Yes,
An hour away, so
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, you make it work.
Guys, it's that area.
Light. Just the two. Now.
Okay.
Here.
All right. Yeah, let's not do
No.
I probably.
Yes.
And he does. I'm 7, 8, 0, 9. Sitting on the bed. It's gotta have.
Master says go.
On the high break on take that. Yeah. It's got 136.
I just have
Right. Well, you knew that one. That's
Yeah, the three, the last, the 10 days, the 40 walls, and we're going to 43 or 2. So, what was I thought? I mean,
I have this.
I did not. Upgrading them all? What's the old? The best you could have done. Thank you.
I mean, he keeps that like stays behind the ball.
Yeah, I don't.
I know my brother too. Just straight the ball, I never really lose it. Just clarity of vision.
He strikes the ball from 84.
Everything's right.
He's out.
Yeah. Eagan.
I'll stop.
Okay.
Maybe I should help him with that right now and say, next shot.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm going to pick up the mic and get ready to get to our next pair. It's 25 and 26 for our second stepladder match here at the Senior Classic at Cedarvale in Eagan, Minnesota. All right. So here we are, Stepladder match 2. Ron Cleveland, winner of our first Stepladder match, taking on the 3 seed Chad Nelson. Cleveland defeated Brian Thielen 213 to 184. First Stepladder match. Two competitors are a couple of rounds, and we will get started. So here we are. They'll be moving a pair to the right with each match, which will make 29 and 30, where the championship match will be held. Cleveland had a pretty good look at that Optimum Idol last game. Looks like he's moved to an Eternity. That's the one that he was throwing in the 10th after he had his match with Thielen all wrapped up. Okay, I think we're back here. All right. So here's Ron Cleveland starting out match number 2. Shaking out the left side of the rack. This camera. All right, we'll get our first look at Chad Nelson here. Up high leaves a 4-pin. Chad was the top seed going into the position round match. He had a little trouble, and Jeff Anderson did not. And that's why he's our top seed right now. Ooh. And that was a spare, but not by much. But a spare nonetheless. Chad is an all-world player. He competed in this year's USBC Masters. He's won just about any tournament title you can think of in Minnesota and the surrounding areas, including the Chippewa Valley match games a bunch of times in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And he starts out this match with Ron Cleveland spare. We've got a crowd of about, 15 or 20 onlookers here behind the lanes. And another strike for Cleveland. Takes a 21-pin lead going into the third frame. He has certainly found something with that ball. He's got the front three, and they've been looking good so far. See Cleveland talking things over with his son Thomas before making that switch, and now giving him that knowing smile. And Nelson back on the strike train. So he's got 39 through 2 with a strike up in the third, while for Cleveland, he's working on the front three. Flooring that ball to stay in the pocket, and it sure did. 10 back, and that's a double for Nelson. So trying to climb back into this match, but Cleveland's been perfect through 3. Now let's see if he can keep that string going in the fourth. Ooh, that was almost a disastrous break on that half pocket hit. He got the 7 to fall. He'll just have the 10. And a spare for Cleveland. Really as sure-handed a spare shooter as you'll find in the field. Certainly didn't miss many during the course of the 8-game qualifier. So he's got 79 through 3 with that spare up in the 4th. And 6-pin just did not want to come out of the ditch to get that 10, and he'll have another single pin spare to shoot at here in the 5th frame. Big thank you again to Nick and the Midwest Senior Classic Board and everybody else for having me on to live stream this tournament. It's been a lot of fun, and good to see these guys and ladies. And what always turns out to be a highly competitive and just neat event to watch. It's a 4-pin strike for Chad Nelson, his 3rd in a row. Okay. So Nelson with 4 in a row. Cleveland, a little bit high, leaves a 4-pin. Our champion today going to bring home $330 with $275 for 2nd, $240 for 3rd. As Cleveland makes the 4-pin, got 117 through 5 with that spare up. The winner of this match will advance to take on our 2-seed Terry McKinney. Loser will end up with $225 in his pocket. And Brian Thielen, who was in our first stepladder match, will go home with $210. A total of more than $4,200 in cash going back out to these players today. And up high again, and leaves another 4-pin. So he's had the makeable spares, but hasn't been able to get those strikes going after the first 3. And with Nelson having the last 4, I'm sure he hopes that
now that I can
get those strikes going. We've got tournament director Nick Hogan.
Howdy.
In the back in the booth here.
We got all the money figured out so far. So
well, that's the most important part.
Right. That's one of our sticking points is we like to pay the same day. So
sure.
Yep. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's like
People get leery when that doesn't happen.
yeah, yep. You get people hovering over the top of you,
Yeah.
waiting to be paid, and you're trying to make sure you got it all right, and it starts to get you a little anxious.
Sure. All right. Here's Nelson in the 7th. Ooh, got a break.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, 25 people sound like 250.
Uh-huh. Well, when you carry the 2-pin forward.
Chad never gets any breaks, right, Bubba?
Right, Bubba. Let's see. Well, let me take a look here.
Yeah.
All-time titles. I don't know if Chad Nelson has won a title yet in the MSC.
Really?
I'm going to look here. Oh, search.
And collapses the 4-9.
Yeah. So Chad Nelson has never actually won an MSC title yet.
This is
all
probably
his titles.
the only tournament in the world that he hasn't won.
Yeah. Ron Cleveland, on the other hand, he's got 5 career titles.
Okay.
I know I wasn't here for the last match. Brian.
Cleveland has 2, right?
Yeah, Brian has 2. He has both at Dracula's.
Yep.
And you were there for,
I was there for the
some of that
second
one. Yep.
too,
Yep.
Yeah.
We just got to go back to Dracula's, and then he's
Right. Then he's good.
guaranteed to win, right?
But the only one that I've been at that he hasn't made the stepladder in was the one at Wagner's.
Oh, sure. Yep. Good shot by Ron there.
You know, I was commenting about how sure-handed a spare shooter he is.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, you could just see it all the way through the qualifying. I mean, you know, he's got that good release, nice touch at the bottom.
He does. Ron bowls with me on my tournament team, and he does. He's you know, pretty much he leaves a single pin, which sucks. He's guaranteed he's going to pick it up, though.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, these guys can all strike. It's who's going to make the spares and who's not.
Exactly. Yep. I've always been told, you know, strike for show, spare for dough.
Yep.
You know, and it's kind of the truth sometimes.
Yeah.
When you're not striking, if you're not picking up those spares, a guy who's picking up the spares is going to beat you by 30.
For sure. All right, Nelson working on 5, 6 in a row now.
Yep, 6 in a row.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say, unfortunately for Ron, Chad's not sparing; he's striking.
He does that a lot, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah.
Yes, he
There's
does. For 7 in a row.
You got to love that the people back here are still giving him the business, though.
Oh yes, I love my seniors for that. They they're not afraid to razz somebody, even out on the stepladder pairs.
Oh yeah.
I think if he gets this one here, it pretty much seals it, right?
I think so. Sure enough.
Sure enough.
Yeah, he was the top
See you.
seed
Yep.
going into that position round match.
Yep.
And Jeff Anderson just really took control. You know, striking early and often.
Okay.
And that's kind of how we got to where we are. You know, Terry McKinney, who you can hear warming up off to the right, threw a nice game. And
I believe Terry McKinney, isn't he the coach of a college team as well?
Yep, Viterbo in La Crosse,
Okay.
Wisconsin.
Yep. I know he has issues getting here, but he sometimes can't make it out to the MSCs because of stuff like that. And nice to see him out here for the first tournament.
Sure. Would now be a good time to remind everybody that I still have a year left of college eligibility.
Do you?
I do.
That's awesome.
I've stashed it away for a rainy day.
Heck yeah. Gotta get Wichita
so
calling.
Rick Steelsmith, if you're out there.
Yeah. How does that work? Do you ever lose eligibility even if you win money?
So you can lose eligibility if you get your PBA card. That's how I heard it.
Okay. Well then, man, I've got 4 years.
I am nowhere near even thinking about getting a PBA card.
Same.
So, yeah.
So I've got 4 years left of eligibility too. Then I like it.
Early in my run, I did an interview with Sean Walkner, who is the former coach at UW Whitewater, won a national championship his final year, famously. And we talked about this, and I said, if you want to, start recruiting me now, I mean, I won't stand in your way.
I like it.
And he reminded me that there are many, many UW schools that offer bowling, and that my options are many.
So he was saying no.
Yeah, 278, 223. So a fine tournament for Ron Cleveland. He ran into a buzzsaw.
He really did. Chad Nelson is always so buzzsaw.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get ourselves ready for our semifinal match, which will be Chad Nelson and Terry McKinney. And bring that to you in just a moment here.
Yep. Yeah, just put the letters in first.
Get things caught up as they get ready to practice a little bit, and we'll be back in just a moment. So Chad Nelson throwing a couple spares up front and then striking his rear end off for most of that game. Ends up with 278 to Ron Cleveland's 223. Cleveland will go home with $225 for his fourth place finish. And we will move on to our stepladder semifinal after the guys finish warming up here. Stick around after the stepladder, hoping we can get a word with the champion and talk about how they got there and all that good stuff.
Nick's back. I back.
Nick is back.
They're just finishing. I thought they were bowling already.
Uh,
I'm like, man, they're both going at the same time.
Nope. We're still in practice. I'll switch it up over here just to avoid any confusion, and then also to
Sure.
kind of show off this
There you
wonderful
go. The Fef shirt.
Yeah.
The Fef sweatshirt.
Yeah, it's a hoodie.
I like it.
Well, you can't see it all there, but you can certainly see it all here. This is the merch store on the Etsy website. You just go to etsy.com/shop/bowlingwiththefefco. You can find a couple different designs, hoodies, and t-shirts, and we will be coming up with more designs as we go. Of course, here at Cedarvale, we are getting set for our semifinal match between Terry McKinney and Chad Nelson, and these two, of course, on the same pair that we finished out the qualifier on, the position round pair.
Mm-hmm. Terry electing for Chad to go first.
And that means he'll finish too, right?
No. Terry would finish.
Terry would finish
first.
All right.
Thus making, if the score's close, Chad. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to whisper too a little bit because I don't want to be too loud with these guys right there.
Sure.
I don't want to piss anybody off. Terry has 2 MSC titles.
Okay.
So for anybody that wants to know.
Has Jeff won on
Jeff, I believe he does have 1 title. Let me. Oh boy, there's a lot of names on here. I think I lied. Jeff does not have any MSC titles.
Okay. So some work for Terry to do here with the 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Came in light and did not get any benefit whatsoever.
No. But again, another superb spare shooter.
Yeah. And on cue.
I was, I said it and then I go, man, I should have maybe waited.
On cue.
I didn't want to curse him.
We are this is great. We are attracting an international audience here. This is our second commenter, Ben Marston from the 10-Pin Ben channel. Oh my God, Beth on the mic. He's our second viewer from the UK who has chimed in live with us.
I like it.
Yeah. So he says, context on the event for your English pal with no clue what's happening. Okay, well I can take a stab at that. So we are in our Stepladder final of the Midwest Senior Classic, the first one of the season, the new season, the 31st season of MSC. It's a tournament that has stops mostly in Minnesota and 1 or 2 in Wisconsin here and there. We'll be at Wagner's in Eau Claire later on in the season. We have had 2 matches so far involving Brian Thielen, Ron Cleveland, and Chad Nelson, who is up now in the second frame of the semifinal. He's working on a strike and can't quite get the 7 out. So we've had a field of 53 bowlers, and 28 of them are getting paid today.
Actually, it's 30 now. The way they get paid is kind of weird, so we figured out there was actually 2 more that need to get paid. But
wow.
Yep.
So they decided that a 2-to-1 2-to-1 cash ratio was not favorable enough. So we paid a couple more.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the second match of the Stepladder final. Here's where we stand. You had Cleveland defeating Thielen 213-184. Then Chad Nelson really striking up a storm, shooting 278 to defeat Cleveland's 223. And that brings us here with Chad Nelson, who is up the third. And taking down the 10.
And just to further explain a little bit more for your feller there, each each qualifying game is actually a actual match.
Yeah.
Where they bowl against, A bowls against C and B bowls against D, garnering 40 bonus pins if you win the match. So it makes, all age groups able to participate still and feel like there's more of a chance, if they didn't feel like they had a chance.
And when you talk about the age groups, these are all 50 plus. You have to be at least 50 years old to compete. McKinney working on a
10 pin.
It's a ringing 10. We've seen plenty of those today. Ben says, sounds like I've joined at a great time. You really have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are a match away from our championship here. Jeff Anderson, our top seed, is warming up off to the right. You can see the pin fall right side of your screen. Our host center, Cedarvale Lanes, has been excellent today. They've been the host center for PWBA national events and a regional event over the past 5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And Brent Prentice, who is the owner here, has been a huge proponent of this channel and supporter of mine, and that makes this go real good. Slaps out that 10 and
Looks like he kept it a little tighter there just to make sure that the ball finished a little better.
Yeah, we've seen him throw a few different bowling balls. He had the duo out in that position round game, and it looks like he's switched since then.
Yeah. It might be a virtual energy blackout.
Okay.
Not 100% sure, but Storm has a few all black bowling balls, so it makes it hard to tell.
And the 7
Same pin. And you go 7 pin on that one in the second frame too?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, they're both on Dutch base.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be a fun little tie?
And if they do tie, is it a 9th and 10th frame roll off or?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's never happened yet since I've been in control, so I guess I do not know.
So we're all going to learn together. If that should happen.
I'd have to go. Well, Dave Ullman's just standing a little bit to our left here. We can always ask him.
Okay.
Now I'm curious. Dave. If they tie, it's a 9th and 10th frame roll, right? That's what I thought. I'm like, I don't think it's a full game, but I guess I don't know. It's never happened yet. Okay.
And a beautiful strike by Chad Nelson. Of course, hit every time on the left lane, as has Terry McKinney. We'll see on the right here, and Dave Ullman has confirmed that it's a 9th and 10th frame roll off if there is a tie. Wow.
And now he has the first strike on the right lane.
What a way to break through on 28 for a strike.
That was slow 8.
Right. Yep. And there's no mistaking what happened there.
Yep.
The crowd will remind you. Yeah, Ben says he's looking to get back over to compete in the U.S. soon, too. That's awesome. You'll have to keep me posted. I'm curious to know where and when.
Yeah, if you ever come to the Midwest, obviously we have the CBA and the MSC, both pretty competitive scratch tournaments.
Yep. And you can bowl CBAs as a junior.
Yes, absolutely you can.
You just can't bowl MSCs.
that is correct.
All right, so McKinney's rattled off the last 3. And now Nelson up on the right lane where he has yet to strike. So we'll see what he does here in the 6th. And that was a no doubter.
Yeah, I was gonna say off his hand, it just looked like he threw it very well.
Yeah. Ben, we're in Minnesota right now, and that's where this tournament tour is based out of. The Central Bowlers Alliance is based out of the Twin Cities of Minnesota, and so is the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour. So there are a lot of options around here.
All scratch tournaments.
Yep. Boy, did he have any doubt?
You know, he looked at his feet like he didn't like it, and it still just hit like a train going through a car. Well, they both figured the right lane out.
Yep.
So now it's a matter of who can keep it going at this point.
Yeah. Yep. 10-pin lead for McKinney as he steps up in the 7th. Oh.
Kept that one 2 in.
That's not what he was looking for. So 4, 6, 7, and we'll go after the 2 on the left.
Yeah. I say the one thing that every good, a lot of these older guys will tell you is make sure you get the pin count here, so you never know what's going to happen in match play.
Right. And he does. And on a string of strikes like that, 2 is 4. So there we go. Ben wants looking at another Storm Youth Championship. Nothing solid yet. We'll let you know. Can you send some more dates for things up your way? Yes. Shoot me an email to remind me, Ben, bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com, and I will round up some info for you. That held pretty nice and splashed out the left side. You know, I shouldn't just limit it to Minnesota because there is a lot of stuff in Minnesota, but Wisconsin has two separate junior tours that are both have scratch divisions. Really all over the Midwest. It's just
absolutely.
It's just a great time for junior bowling competition. He's talking about you there.
What's that? Legend? I'm not a legend. No. Terry McKinney and Chad Nelson. Those are the legends. Yep. Those are the guys that as I was growing up, I mean, I'm not gonna say I looked up to them, but they were definitely guys that were like, man,
oh yeah,
they're good. Or he's talking about you, legend. I mean,
I'm working on it.
Right? One step at a time, right?
Right. Uh-oh. So had a nice string working, but now a 2-4-10. And that gives him 167 through 7 with that strike up in the 8th and now split in the 9th.
So
oh, just cut it a little too thin.
Yeah.
Terry McKinney can get up here, throw 4 strikes, and shut him out.
And that's why they say you can never give up on a match. You know, even if
Right.
you leave a split somewhere, you never know.
All of these really have gone back and forth, dating back to, of course, some of them qualifying, but the position round, we had some back and forth matches. Certainly the first one between Thielen and Cleveland.
Sure.
And the second one was a little more open and shut, but that happens too.
But Ron was still sparing, keeping himself in the game if anything did happen. You know,
Yeah.
Kind of like in this match.
A flat 10, not a good time for that to happen. And now
Down 10.
he's
So he
down
breaks
10,
out. Yep,
so-
breaks out and is
So he will need to get them all in the 10 to force Chad to get the first 2. They could tie.
They could tie.
If Chad goes strike spare or spare strike.
so yep. So Terry strikes out and Chad goes only fills 2. They could tie. And
Now
we
you're
could see
speaking my
that.
language, Ben. Yeah, not old enough. I
Not-
like that.
yeah, no,
I'm not even old enough to bowl in this. Not yet.
not yet. not
Getting
yet.
closer. There you go. There's a strike. Ben, you'll be able to appreciate this. I have connection to the internet through an Ethernet cable that I have, looping back to the center's jack about, 30, 40 feet away. And the cable has, as you probably know, has a little tab on top to kind of lock it into place. Well, that tab broke off this morning.
No.
And those of you who have been sitting around since the start of the Stepladder probably know that I had a little hiccup there. And that's why.
Oh. Got it wide.
No.
No, not gonna fall.
All right. So covers the spare. He's at 205. And that means Nelson will just need a mark.
And pin.
And pins.
I was gonna say we've seen
Mark
it
and one.
before. Which funny. So funny. But back to the Ethernet cord.
Yeah.
I found out from the guy up there that it was actually their camera system. Oops.
Well, if Brent needs to see what's happening on these lanes, the good part is you can just see right through the.
That's
the
why we did it,
stream.
right?
It's all recorded, documented. If you need a copy, that's no problem.
Yep. I was told that, and I giggled a little. I said, "Oops, see, I guess it's kind of still recording something."
Right. And could it be any other way?
No. Well, now we can safely say somebody's O's got to go.
Yeah.
They both do not have a MSC title, and one of them is going to win.
So we're going to see a first-time champion here.
Yep.
Ben's getting to 17. All right. And he says, tough day talking about upgrades. He broke his ring light before filming with Darren Tang. Oh, but he got 2 new production studio lights today. So
Nice.
they'll be well lit in time to hopefully reschedule with that PBA Tour champ.
Yeah. He must be out in Vegas doing that recording up at South Point, huh?
Oh, could be.
Yeah, because that's I subscribe to Darren Tang, and he does a lot of cool videos.
That's too many people.
Yeah.
All right. So 218, 205. Chad Nelson's going to move on to take on Jeff Anderson in our championship match, which we will have coming up next. All right, we are just about ready to get into our championship match. The competitors have shaken hands, and here we go. Chad Nelson's starting things off on lane 29, the left side. He'll be against Jeff Anderson, and whoever wins, we've got a first-time MSC titleist as our champion today. That's how it begins. These two bowled against each other in the position round, and Anderson caught fire in that match. And Chad had some struggles, but he has also bowled really well these last two matches. So, you know, as it should be, anybody's match.
Oops.
Anderson got it a little high, but he's
Yeah.
got that ball speed, and he's had a great reaction today. And that kind of stuff happens when.
And I mean, you can see on the video here, two completely different styles.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm close enough here, but Chad Nelson, who's looping in the lane, and Jeff Anderson, who's pretty much playing straight at the pocket.
Yep. And that's cool because it goes to show that all different kinds of players have a chance out here.
Absolutely.
That one went a little long, so he's got a 1, 2, 4, 8.
That's where that speed can maybe hurt you sometimes.
Sure.
Just a little, right?
Yep.
A little maybe less ball speed. The ball might have reacted, where extra ball speed, it didn't want to make it.
Mm-hmm. And makes quick work of the spare. Anderson sporting that Southway Bowl jersey.
Which is our next tournament.
Wow, how about that? All right, Nelson in the second, working off that first frame strike. And makes it a double. Yeah, you guys will be at Southway Bowl on August 11th on the 2023 PBA Salvino pattern.
No, Carmen Salvino. I think it's a longer pattern too, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was like 44 feet. So we're going kind of extremes there. 37 feet today to 44 feet next month.
Okay.
I gotta check that.
And a 3-bagger to start things out for Nelson. And yeah, that's good because the guys who didn't adapt so well to this one, you know, get a different look at it at Southway.
Yep, and I was right. It was 44 feet, so a 7-foot difference.
Okay.
Between the houses.
Sure. Okay, little trip 2 action there.
We saw that earlier with Mr. Nelson.
Yep.
But yeah, so I mean, you know, I think we talked earlier about the oil patterns. So like my goal there is trying to like hopefully have a different top 5.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you're gonna have some guys that can bowl on anything. Chad Nelson is kind of your big example. He can bowl on anything.
Yeah.
But hopefully we get other guys in the top 5 because of the different pattern.
And there's another strike for Anderson, who's got 40 through 2 with that double up, but Nelson has the front 3 and can extend that lead right here. And another strike for Nelson.
Does just that, extends the lead. It's got a ball caddy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who it is back here. Everybody back here is a competitor.
Except Sarah.
Yeah, except Sarah and Thomas.
Yeah. That's not so good. All right, 210. So
I think that's kind of when you're swinging the lane that much. That's kind of your risk reward.
sure.
You know, with Jeff playing a little straighter, he left the 1-2-4-8 a little easier spare.
Sure. And he took a crack at it, but missed left. So he
No.
has 114 through 5. And that gives Mr. Anderson the lead sitting on the bench. And can't quite shake the 7 out. You know, this would be a good time for you to, you know, kind of shout out your helpers, because you guys have run this thing just in just excellent fashion.
Thank you.
At least for me.
Yeah. Yep. You know, Tony isn't here. I'll go with him first. He's normally our financials guy, and we had to figure that out today, and I think we got to it. But we had Jessica and Ash and Nikki Reese here today, and I mean, I wouldn't be able to run the tournament without both of them here. If at least one of them here, but having them both here just definitely makes my life a lot easier.
I haven't had a chance to talk to Nikki at length today, but if I did, I'd probably ask her if she enjoyed last night's game.
Enjoyed Twins game?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, the Brewers.
Oh, that's right. She, I would definitely ask her because I don't think she enjoyed it. But no, before I want to let Jeff show that shot there. But yeah, no, the two girls, amazing. I try to thank them every single second I can because I really couldn't do it without them here.
Yep. Stuff like this takes a village, and great to have you guys running things because, I mean, this is the result. It's been a great event. So now we got a one pin championship match here with Nelson down 115, 114. No, I shouldn't. They're in different frames. Don't listen to me. He's got the lead. And now he's got even more.
Yes. But it still makes it close. You know, it's still, he's got a strike there, but it's a close match still.
Yep.
Sort of.
You've got
Math's hard.
Got a few more frames here, and a lot can happen.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's up by about 29.
Yep. Looks like he made the adjustment. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a free one.
Are there free ones?
I mean, I don't give out free ones, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
And
Good shot,
strike for Anderson. I'm more familiar with the ones that you can't get back.
Yep, I know exactly what you're saying. And the only thing I can think of with the free one, it must be one of them like legend status like things. Once you get up there, then you kind of get those free ones. So that's probably why we don't know anything about that.
Right.
We're not quite there yet.
Yeah, working on it.
Yep.
All right. Took down the 4.57, so He's got to double up.
Make sure he's in the match still.
Yep.
Another free one
with authority.
I do want to also shout out, obviously you shouted out Brent Prentice, but Craig McDonald as well. Obviously approaches were a little tacky, a little more humid this morning. It's gotten better, and I do know 29-30 actually broke down during the 8th game of qualifying for position round, so we had to move them down to 7 and 8. And I'm assuming it's Craig that was back there, got 29 back up and running for the championship match.
Wow. Oh, Messenger right in front of the 10. Very convenient, though. I like that the lane chose to break down after I moved off this pair.
Right.
And then was fixed in time for me to move back to this pair.
Yep.
So, in the spirit of complete selfishness, thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't look like he liked his footing on that, but
Yep. A little closer than he probably wanted it to be.
a spare nonetheless. So here's the deal. Anderson can punch out for 235. Nelson can punch out for 243. Oh, you could tell he liked the look of it.
Yeah.
And he threw a lot of pins at it, and it wobbled, but it stood.
And it hit it pretty hard. It looked like
Yeah.
it hit it pretty hard, too,
Yeah.
at least from my view. And it just didn't want to go down.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to pick it up because anything can happen still.
Mhm. All right, got that. So 164 through 8 spare up, and that means he needs 3 in the 10th to get to 214, which would force Nelson to mark.
Yep. And even though it's Chad Nelson, I mean, you still have to. You still get. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't get a little nervous, but you're still forcing somebody to do a certain thing.
Yep.
He liked that one.
Yep.
He was walking away from that one.
Like that one too.
Yes.
And that one skated by a little bit.
Regardless, he needs Chad to essentially make a big mistake here.
See, this is nice. You can't see it on camera, but it looks like Chad's helping this young lady pick out a house ball.
Yep, an open bowler down on the other end of the house.
All right, so 211 for Jeff Anderson, and Chad needs 9?
9 total pins.
9
Yep.
total pins. Oh, okay.
He needs one of them.
You got to have one of them. Yeah. No, he does.
Math is hard.
Math is hard. He's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it. Math is hard.
Yeah, that was my fault. I threw Fef off here.
I'm not going to sit here and say that math isn't hard. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. So Chad Nelson,
219.
219 to 211, and he is your July MSC champion. We couldn't figure it out until it was too late, but he certainly did.
They knew.
And the crowd here figured it out too. So
I'm gonna go shake their hands. So thank you.
Yeah, go shake their hands. We will stick around with these guys. I'm sure a picture will be taken, cash will be distributed, and hopefully we can get Mr. Nelson to come up here and give us a word. This. Oh, thank you. Stick around. We will be right back. All right, so here's how it all turned out. You've got Chad Nelson winning the championship match 219-211 over Jeff Anderson, and we have our newest champion right here. Chad, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, walk us through how that went. You got off to a great start in the stepladder.
In the stepladder,
never really looked back.
No, stepladder is pretty friendly. I actually changed balls and got something that was a little smoother and kind of
blend the pattern out a little better.
Okay.
And it give me some miss room, obviously, with the scores are this high. You got a little room to work with.
Yeah.
Beginning of the day, short patterns and myself, but it's always a grind for first couple of games, it seems like. But I think I started down here close to you, and I actually started with my plastic and played a little straighter for 5-6 frames, just to kind of get my feet underneath me too, because the humidity and the approaches are pretty tacky. It slowed everything down. Well, normally the shorter pattern I like to throw a little harder, but my foot speed, you can't be fast today or you were gonna fall down.
Yeah.
So corner pin spares were a challenge, and then just getting a ball reaction that you could trust was a big plus.
Okay.
So yeah, pretty steady all day. I had I think one fairly poor game of the day, and that was in the position round, which took me from like first to third. And it could have been worse, but got a double at the end, got to 180. That was kind of the big game. And then the key game in the step ladder, I thought Ron actually had the best ball reaction. So to have my biggest game against him was the bonus, because if you don't have big game there, I think he's going to beat me pretty easy.
Yeah.
So I put him for 230, 240 that game, and I was fortunate enough to shoot whatever it was, 260, 250, 260 and get by him. So yeah, with a little help.
Yeah.
So
sure.
That don't hurt my feelings, and you have a little help. once in a while.
No, you got to have that.
So
you get down to the championship pair. What did you see different, in these pairs, compared to maybe the qualified?
They were, for me, it was the ball change, because before I was going with a weaker ball, which got me through the front of the lane a little cleaner. But then when it come off the pattern, it was more violent. It was more right to left, to where this was actually a ball up. It kind of tumbled a little more forward in the mid lane and let me just be super soft with my hand. Biggest thing was don't help it. Just feed it to the right and let the ball do the work, which is what you're supposed to do all the time. But that's not always that way.
Right. Yeah.
So
it's too tempting to hit up on.
Right. It was just a good matchup. It let me free up, and then also let me keep my feet slow, which was key to battle the approaches. So no, just fortunate. Got a few breaks here and there.
Do you think the approaches got a little easier to deal with as the day wore on?
Yeah, they weren't bad, and there really ain't much you can do about it. The humidity and the weather. It rained here again today. I bowled here last weekend too, and just with the humidity, it's going to be anywhere like that in our area. It's just the way it is. Unless you want to set the air on like 55 or something, you're not going to be able to combat it. So it's just, you can notice I was way shorter on the approach, slowed everything down, smaller steps. Biggest thing for me was trying to stay slow on the spares, because I like to have a little more foot speed, throw harder and straighter at the spares. And that's not happened. I missed a couple single pins early because I tried to throw harder, and it's just, no, it wasn't going to work.
We were sitting here marveling at the fact that this is your first MSC title.
Yeah. I haven't bowled them all, but I'll be 52 here shortly. I think I bowled maybe 5 last year, maybe 6. I think I got a second, maybe 2 seconds, a couple other step ladders. I don't know. Look at the guys you're bowling. It's never easy.
Right.
So when you get to the step ladder, I mean, you get there enough. You kind of think, well, I should win just by law averages. I should win one. And there's good competition here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good players here. Just because we're 50 don't mean we're easy.
I don't want to take you guys.
And to win on a shorter pattern for me, like I said earlier, that's not what I thought I'd get my first title on.
Sure.
So I'd rather play deeper.
Yeah.
So
you have an exciting week coming up where you head to Texas for the Lucy doubles with Kayla Pashina.
Yep.
Tell me about I guess that partnership and what you look forward to in an event like this.
I think we've bowled together for, I don't know, 5 years maybe. We've had pretty good success. We've been fortunate enough to always cash, get out of the first round, make Sunday. And I think our best finish is top 15, maybe somewhere in there. But the competition at that tournament is phenomenal. I mean, it's your best women players and majority of your best men players. So I just enjoy it. It's a great cause. The place is always packed. It'll probably be 100 and some degrees again down there when we're there. But that's the only downfall. We're not outside, so it isn't that bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. She asked me to go the first time, and I think in the past, I think she maybe bowled with Rhino Page, and then Rhino hadn't been bowling, so she was looking for a partner, and I said yes. I thought she could have found somebody maybe a little more talented than myself, but
I don't know about that.
we got good chemistry, and then David always goes, her husband goes with, and we're kind of on the same page. He gives me little tips here, and she does her thing, and yeah, it's just a nice combination.
Okay.
So it's worked good.
I'm going to get you out of here on this. About maybe 20, 30 feet to your right is Sarah Casino Roberts.
Yep.
Who came on our show not quite a year ago and challenged you to appear on a future episode.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And now that I have you, camera lights on, do you accept her challenge? It's about an hour on a weeknight, and we can figure out the schedule, but it's about, you sharing your bowling story with
everybody.
The world. And
if you want to lose ratings, I can sit in.
Hey,
That's not a
Nielsen
problem.
has no control over what I do.
No, that'd be fine. Yeah, I'd be willing to give some background. I think majority of the guys around here know kind of how I came up and what I did, and but it'd be nice to acknowledge some of them, that helped me get there, like a couple in your area, the Hankies.
Yeah,
were big into getting me where I am for being known a little more than just in the area. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own at that time. So yeah, I'd be willing to do that to give some people some history and hopefully not bore everybody to death.
Oh no, this will be fun. So, but yeah,
we can get on the same page and get a date and do it over video on the computer, or however you usually do it.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got it.
Not a problem.
You're July MSC champion, first time MSC champion, Chad.
Yeah, that sounds nice, don't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't even know you were going to be here today, so this is kind of cool.
Yeah, we worked this out a couple months ago, and I'm glad we did because it was a fantastic house.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Brent, Cedarvale staff, one of my favorite centers in the state, and always has been. So does a great job.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Enjoy the win. Good luck at the Lucy and beyond.
Super. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
You bet. Thanks to everyone who watched both live and on replay. Really appreciate that. And a big shout out to everybody at the MSC for bringing me on for this. Again, Chad Nelson, your July MSC champion. Congrats to him and great bowling, everyone. And we will see you next time. I'll be live with a new episode of the show coming up on Thursday. Hope to see you then.